Happy Monday to you. Although I will be honest and say I'm not feeling all that happy today. Good morning, Vark. Good morning, Lucian. Good morning, AA. How is everyone this morning? Good morning, Tony. Let you guys get on in here and we can have a conversation about things. Salam Mohammed. Good morning, Vashti. Hey, Conchita. Good morning. What's up, Red Hot? Hey, Christine. Hey, Grammy. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Hey, Win Dixie. What's up, Christine? Good morning, Lisa. Good morning, Laura. Folks, if you're joining me over here and you are not on TikTok, make sure that you say hello in the chat so that I can greet you as well. I don't get to see you guys when you join if you're not on TikTok. Good morning, Farah. Good morning, Cheryl. Yeah, Cheryl, you said good morning, kind of like I'm feeling. Remind me to stay out of your Facebook. Yeah. Yeah, it is. And so Amy, we'll talk about that a little bit because it is part of what is driving this conversation that you see today. You know, where I'm from is predominantly white. And ICE is there. And when I say predominantly white, I'm talking 95% of the population. Good morning, Sandra. Good morning, Owen. And ICE is there, and they had a big meeting at the Sullivan County Commission meeting where they passed to accept this money from ICE, and it is bringing out exactly what you would expect it to bring out back home. So, good morning, Witch. Glad to see you, Owen. Glad to see you, Sandra. So, it's one of the reasons why I wanted to have this conversation. Hey, Jay Nice. Yeah, so we're gonna talk about all of those things. Immigration enforcement. If you would like to join the panel and discuss it with me, you're welcome to. Good morning, Renee. Glad to see you. Hey, Jen Yaya. Yeah. So yeah, Sandra, listen, but like I feel like I need to sage me, my whole play. Like I just feel very heavy. Like there's just so much hate that I am seeing online around immigrants. And good morning, Scott. And you, girl, you can keep all a day. Listen, you can keep 20 inches right on over there. I have no need for 20 inches of snow. No, thank you. Um, Appreciate it, Big Daddy D. And it is just a lot. You know what I mean? And I plan to go home this weekend to visit my mom, and we decided not to go this past weekend. I need to close out some stuff over here because it is making you guys um, a little yucky, a little slow. So let me close out some tabs over here because I see you all glitching a little bit, and I'll open up some more things afterwards. Let me see if I can't get you guys doing a little better. So, good morning, Nikki. Good morning, Mary Shaw. Appreciate you guys. Good morning, River Ray. And so, yeah, so I was going to go home this past weekend and go visit my mom, but ICE is there, and you know, we just decided not to do that. You know what I mean? Hey, Tink Tink. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Nancy G. If I didn't say hello already, so. Good morning, Jossie. Hey, Sissy, can you bring me my water? So others are waiting line to get the American ship the legal way. Made you look. Why don't you come tell me what are the legal ways to come here to the United States? And while you're at it, can you let me know how many hearings are backlogged in this country as of 2004? Hey, good morning, beautiful. Good morning, Jennifer Poole. Good to see you. Um, yeah, it is. Yeah, it's a lot right now, right? So yeah. So listen. So here's the thing. If you are joining my comments and you would like to have a discussion with me around legal and illegal immigration, then I absolutely invite you to come on and join me. Right? You can go ahead and request to come up on the panel, or if you don't know how to do that, let me know and I will bring you up myself. And we can have a fact-based, respectful conversation around this issue. What I am willing to bet is that most of the people that are talking, that are saying these things, don't know too much about immigration or our immigration system or what the issues are within our system. That's what I would hazard a guess, right? So good morning, Chris. Good morning, Dilgrave. Hey, Rocky Dean. So that's kind of what I would guess. That's so. Are you guys glitching over here, or is that just me seeing it on my end? Are you guys glitching too, or is that just like what I see on my end? Because I don't want you all to glitch. So it's the law. I was over 8 countries. However, I am an American citizen. I know about immigration. Well, come talk to me about it, Gammy. Here, I'll send you an invitation. You can come talk to me about it. I sent you an invitation. Since you know about immigration, let's come chat about it. And so once I send it to you, all you have to do is click invite and then you'll join the panel and we can have a conversation. Gammy. I would really love for us to do that. Good morning, Lisa DK. I would really, really, really love for us to have that conversation. So feel free to join me. No. Yeah, definitely, Sandra. Yeah, Neuro Mamba. I figured that though with my topic. Hey, Tim Ratliff, how are you? Oh, by the way, just so I'm going to put out a flyer later on, but I just confirmed today. I am here. I sent you another invite. So I am going to be interviewing. I'm going to be joined by Jerry Green, who is running for governor of Tennessee against Marsha Blackburn. She will be joining me March the 17th at 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So I'm excited about that and ready to have that conversation with her. Excited for Tennessee. It's been a while since Tennessee has had a Democratic governor, so maybe they will choose to flip that around and get themselves back together, right? Jerry is your friend. I love that for you, CJ. Yes, I'm excited. B Gammy, I sent you a request twice. Good morning, Don Juan. Good morning. So, Gammy, where are you? I sent you an invitation twice. You said you were trying, but there's a little thing down there that is pink and blue. If you click that, you'll be able to join. Listen, folks, if this is your first time joining me, do me a favor and put a 1 in the comments. Good morning, Colleen. If this is your first time joining me, put a 1 in the comments for me. Oh, I love that, CJ. Welcome, John. Hey, Carla. Candy Kiss, it is not. All right, Mama. Good to see you all. Okay, so let me just share this with you all, okay? Billy, you're going to be blocked for misinformation, so bye. Okay, so good morning, Elaine. Yeah, Teresa, it sure is. Okay, yeah, receive grace, absolutely not. So let me give you a little bit of information. I only ask for 4 things in this space. 1, I ask you to be respectful. 2, I ask you to not use slurs of any kind. If you use slurs, you will be muted and booted from my space. Number 3, don't type in all caps. All caps are reserved for my moderators and my folks that are vision impaired. And then 4, don't spam my comments, right? So don't say the same thing over and over and over and over again. It's just not helpful for the algorithm or for conversation. B Gammy, were you still not able to join the panel? Were you still not able to join the panel? Good morning, William. Billy was booted for 2 reasons. Number 1, Billy was typing in all caps repeatedly, and Billy said dumb shit like illegal immigrants were getting the max in Social Security, which is absolutely ridiculous. Do you want to know why? Because Title 8, which is our immigration law, 8 USC 1611, says that unauthorized immigrants are not able to get federal benefits in any way, shape, or form. So federally funded benefits like Social Security are not eligible for unauthorized immigrants, whether they came here legally or not. Doesn't matter. They're just not allowed to get them, even if they come here the legal way. Now, they do pay taxes that go into that, but they are not allowed to see them. Morning, Shantae. They're not allowed to get them. Oh, I love that, Tim. Good morning, Matthew Wiles. So so Billy just got booted out for disinformation because I just don't do that here. That's why I said for Big Gammy, Big Gammy was saying that she knows about immigration. And so I said, well, come on up here and join the panel so we can talk about it. And she's never made it up here, even though I sent her 2 invitations. Good morning, Sandy. So she hasn't made her way to the panel. And so that's one of the issues that I have is most of the people that talk to me about, well, they just need to come legally. They can't name for me 3 legal ways for people to come here. Most of the people that I see saying things about illegal aliens don't even know what are the legal pathways to get here. They don't know shit. And so I'm trying to like not be rare this morning. Let me take it down a notch. They don't know anything. Good morning, Doug. And hey, Audra, good morning. And so that is part of the thing that really bothers me is that if you don't know anything about Title 8, if you don't know anything about Title 42, if you don't know anything about Operation Stone Garden, if you don't know anything about the EOI, the review, if you don't know anything about our staffing, if you don't know what the backlog looks like, if you don't know that until December of 2024, we didn't even track hearings. Did you all know that? That until December of 2024, our immigration system did not even track whether people were showing up to their hearings or whether they got waivers because they were absent. The Government Accountability Office had suggested that was something that we might want to track. We didn't even start tracking that until December of 2024. Good morning, B. Mitchell. And so it just absolutely astounds me, the things that people don't know. And I'm going to say this, folks, if you're not willing to have a conversation around your own prejudice and your own bias, it's going to be an issue for you to discuss immigration with me. Well, so oh yeah, I know how many backlog cases there are. But yeah, so this is the thing, right? If you don't have a clue what it takes, yeah, it's we don't have enough judges, we don't have a clear system, we don't have enough resources to support having enough judges. I appreciate you, Audra. Yeah. So good morning, Dirty Bad Bloggers. Good to see you as well. So let me just kind of give you a little bit of information. So in December of 2024, the Government Office of Accountability, the GAO, they found that the Department of Justice's Executive Office for Immigration Review, that is the EOIR, right? Well, and G4 given, can we discuss that? I would love to talk to you about that. I would love to talk to you about that. I just sent you an invitation to join the panel. And so they were not tracking or reporting data on whether respondents in immigration court appear at their hearings or whether their appearances were waived. So they recommended that EOIR develop and implement a function in its case management system in order to record whether a respondent appeared or did not appear at each court hearing, and to record whether appearance was waived for any respondents who did not appear for the hearing. And so until December of 2024, we didn't even track whether or not people in the system legally with court hearings were showing up. It's really hard to develop a working immigration system if you don't even know if it's working, or if you don't even know how well or how bad it's working, or where it's not working at. Well, you're welcome to come up here. So, G4, if you're new to me and this is your first time in here, we have respectful, fact based conversations. And it is easier for me to carry on a conversation than it is for me to type to answer you and then wait for you to text back. It's just easier to have a conversation if you join the panel. This is not a debate, yell at each other, cuss you out, scream at each other live. I don't do that. I don't do that. But it's better. See, like right now, the comments aren't coming, and so I'm just sitting here waiting for you to type again. So it's very much easier if you just join the panel. Shuck, you're welcome to join the panel too. So we could talk about that as well. Ladybug, you can join as well. By the way, let me do this. If there's anybody that is on Substack, YouTube, or Facebook, and you would like to join as well, I am putting the link in the comments over here so that you can join if you would like. Can somebody from one of my mods grab the link from YouTube and throw it into the Facebook and Substack chat for me? That would be great. Yeah. So the good ref, why don't you join the panel? I sent you an invitation. I literally just sent you a direct invitation. Yeah, it is. It's a safe space to have a conversation. Yeah, within one heart. Give me just a second. Ashley, why don't you come tell me the difference between illegal and illegal? Ashley, if you could do me a favor and tell me the difference. I sent you an invitation to join the panel. Good morning, Marilyn. Yeah, I mean, it's you guys have so much to say in the comments, but you're not coming up to the panel to actually have a conversation about it. No, that's not what illegal means, Mavin. Illegal doesn't mean they have no visa. That's not accurate. I'm not arguing, Ashley. I'm not arguing. Right, tech lady. They just want to stay in the comments, but they don't want to have an actual conversation. Good morning, 2409. No, it's not. So again, does anyone know what is no, actually, G4, that's incorrect as well. That is incorrect as well. You can have an authorized status and you are still considered to be an unauthorized immigrant in this country. Hey, Mo. So just so that everyone knows, okay, when we talk about right, Owen, exactly. So when we talk about unauthorized immigrants, and that's the actual designation and the classification according to the Department of Homeland Security. Okay. Unauthorized immigrants actually have legal status. Let me say that again. Unauthorized immigrants still have legal status. You can be DACA. You could be, thanks, B. Mitchell. Hey, 5077. You could be DACA. You could be here on a visa. You could be here as a refugee. You could be here under temporary protected status. You could be, again, Donald, let's talk about it. I would love to talk to you about coming legally. Hey, Gracie. Yeah, well, Ashley, I keep telling you, I'm not looking to argue with you. But what I can do is show you the Department of Homeland Security's report where they actually give you the definition of an unauthorized immigrant. I can do that. I can do that, Ashley, because that's why I can say what I'm saying with such conviction, because it's actually a fact. And I didn't make it up. And I didn't hear it on TV. And I didn't read it on the internet. I literally went to the Department of Homeland Security and looked at their last report that came out on the estimates of the unauthorized immigrant population, which covered 2018 to 2022, and it came out in April of 2024. So after reading that report, yes, ma'am, I speak with conviction about the things that I say. That's pretty much how it works. That's pretty much how it works. At the No Kings rally on March 28th. Right, Sandra. I'm just saying there's all this chipping in the comments, but people don't want to join on the box, right? And so if you're not gonna get up here and have a conversation, well, Ashley, I would like for you to tell me what an illegal immigrant is. Sounds good. Yeah, because let me just tell y'all something. Illegal immigrants are not people with social security numbers. So when the U.S. government goes to the Social Security office to get ITN numbers, right? Individual tax identification numbers, ITIN numbers for people, they're not looking for illegal immigrants. Right? When they go to naturalization hearings and 38 people are denied from being able to take their no, thank you. Who are literally at their hearing to be sworn in and become naturalized citizens, those people are here legally. Those people are here legally, just so that everyone understands. So unless you actually know what an illegal, you can, I mean, so you don't speak at all, Ashley, while your kid's sleeping? Because I can't imagine that you keep your house in complete silence while you hold a sleeping baby. Gotcha. Okay. Well, I mean, I'm a mom and a grandmother, so I talk with mine. Again, Fred, if you want to talk about legal versus illegal, I'm not judgy. I'm not judgy at all. What I find is that many people come, they talk in the comments, they don't join the panel, and it's either because they're feeding a baby, holding a baby, driving, they're at work, except they're texting. So, like for me, if I'm holding a sick baby, it's easier to talk than it is for me to text. Cornfed, we can talk about Barack Obama's immigration policies. Do you know about them? Let's talk about them. I sent you an invitation. No, I don't. This is what I don't think that all of them know. Actually, Sherry, that's not correct. Hey, Wawa, not much. Just a bunch of people in the chat running their jaws, but don't want to join the panel. That's all you've missed so far. That's all you've missed so far. Yeah. So let me just be very clear about something, folks. You can have legal status in this country, whether that's temporary protected status, whether that's DACA status, whether that is refugee status, You can have an appointment for your court date because you're waiting for an asylum hearing. You can have any of those things. And those are all legal statuses. And according to the Department of Homeland Security, you are still labeled an unauthorized immigrant. Anyone that does not have legal permanent resident status is considered unauthorized. And unauthorized does not equate to illegal. The problem is that currently today, ICE is rounding up people who are unauthorized but have legal status. And that's the challenge today. That's the problem today, is that ICE is not discriminating. ICE is not checking people's status before they are detaining them. And they are not getting due process. And that's an issue. You don't buy up. Y'all don't want to pay for unauthorized immigrants, but ICE is buying up warehouses all across the country to house them. You're still going to be paying for them, and they are not being deported. Yeah, Matthew, they do it quite a lot. So, and the thing about it is now that all of those people are detained, none of those people are working. So all of those people that had ITIN numbers, and in 2022 they paid almost $97 billion in federal, state, and local taxes. That tax money is not going into the system now. I think, Nisi, you're incorrect. I mean, I know you're incorrect, and I also think that you were confused in what you were trying to type. So, Nisi, if you would like to have a conversation about it, why don't you join the conversation? Like literally, I would love for someone to join this panel and have a respectful, fact-based conversation with me about immigration and about ICE and about immigrants. Anybody. Y'all just want to be loud and wrong in the chat, which is wild to me. Yeah, Glenn, that's not a thing either. But I sent you a request, Glenn. Why don't you come have a conversation with me? Can y'all hear the wind outside? It is really blowing. It's been like this for a couple days now. Glenn Woody, why don't you come join me on the panel? I would love for you to do that. You can hear it? Yeah, I know. It's really wild. I know. I don't know how fast it's blowing, but it's blowing really, really fast. Yeah. No, you didn't try. I literally sent you an invitation, Glenn. See, it says invitation sent. All you have to do is click accept. That's all you have to do, Glenn. Nobody denied you. Yes, Audra, I do know what's going on in Cuba. Guys, we are literally correct, Matthew. Yeah, they're not just violating the rights of immigrants, they are violating the rights of citizens as well, right? And people don't understand that due process applies to every person in this country. Um, See, I see Sandy just sent you an invitation too. So, folks, somebody actually said in my comments over on Facebook, somebody actually said, um, only citizens have rights. And I said, actually, no, that's not a thing. Like, if you read the Constitution is very clear when it's talking about any person or no person. And then when it refers to specifically citizens, actually, Irome, you would be wrong. And you're a bot, so I'm just going to block. So, again, Glenn Woody, where are you? You said you were trying to come up. You've been invited several times. So invisible strings. So some of the things that you can do if ICE is in your community, you can go get groceries for IDK. Hold on one second. Don't think so. Let's see. Yeah, well, so I just can't with some of y'all. Oh, they're not targeting any of the Eastern countries, right? You don't see ICE going into predominantly European neighborhoods. They're not going to any Irish neighborhoods. They're not going to any European, Russian neighborhoods, any Czechoslovakian neighborhoods. Sherry, you're actually wrong. People did talk about Obama. And I sent you an invitation. If you really want to talk about Obama, then come on up. Let's do that. Ramadan Kareem. Good morning, Natasha. Yeah, I'm waiting. I don't think so, Don Juan. She's got 587 followers. She shouldn't be a bot. She should be a real person. Good morning, Laura.
Hi, good morning. Sorry, I'm a little raspy. I've seasonal allergies.
No
I
worries.
live in South Texas. I live in Laredo.
No.
I just had a little bit of something to say. So I didn't realize this until last week, but I live about an hour and a half drive from Dilley, where the detention center is.
Yeah.
And what's been happening is when they're releasing people from that detention center, they're putting them on a bus, driving them even further south away from where they originally started from, and dropping them off at a place called the Holding Institute, which is a nonprofit, non-government funded kind of, I guess, place down in downtown Laredo that's only fit for about 100 people at a time or so. They're putting ankle monitors on them once they're there. And it's just, I just still don't understand why they get flown from Minnesota to Dilley, Texas, to then be bussed and dropped off without any money at a nonprofit organization. And they have to find their own way back home, and they're putting ankle monitors on them. It's just bizarre.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a big push for ankle monitors, and okay, back up, please, and let me help you. Yeah, so one of the things that has been happening is, as they talk about the for-profit prison system, and there's becoming a huge deal about that. One of the things that they've been looking at is kind of shifting that away from having as many people in the actual prison systems, but having them with ankle monitors on, so that people are still imprisoned, but in their neighborhoods.
Yeah, I guess they're building a detention facility in Laredo.
Yep.
But they I'm not sure who from ICE contacted. It's a minister that runs that facility, and he said that they could take up to about 100 people, but they are busing them in by the dozens. One or two times there's been over 100 people that just dropped off there.
Yeah, it's I'm looking at them now. It would be interesting, and I might want to make a phone call and talk to these folks. But they started off, quote unquote, as a school for Mexican American children who weren't allowed in Texas public schools.
That was over 100 years ago, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and so it says in a covenant with United Women in Faith, they are an international border community with support from local and distant partners. Yeah, but they're faith based, and this is. I don't want to speak on it because I don't know enough to speak on it. But here's what I will say: is that I am not surprised to see a faith based piece component to this. I've literally heard some of the folks that are in this administration say that we need to re-Christianize this country. So that does not surprise me. Right. The for-profit ankle monitoring system, 100%.
Yeah, it's just bizarre to me that there's other places to take them. Why Laredo? I will say it's a little convenient timing since Henry Guad, that's part of his district, and he was just pardoned, and Trump was not happy about that, about his reaction afterwards.
Yeah.
But I mean, to take advantage of a nonprofit organization and dump, all these people at the same time with no money, no way of getting home, it's terrible because that place is tiny. It
doesn't surprise me to see it happening. And I think that one of the reasons why they're choosing where to send people is because they want to be in areas where they will have favorable courts for when lawsuits are filed, whether it's by the ACLU or whomever. So that's what I would think.
Perhaps, but I'm like, of all the places to drive them even further south and further away from their homes.
Yes.
I mean,
they don't care. I mean, they have illegally deported a gay individual who was blocked from being deported. So here's what's supposed to happen. So if you are here and let's just say you've been blocked from deportation because you're from a place where it is illegal to be gay, right? Before the United States of America can send you to a third country anywhere else, they have to assure that you don't face the same dangers as you did in your home country. They did not do that. We literally have an individual who was here, blocked from deportation, back in their home, and we deported them to Cameroon, where it is also illegal to be gay. And so their attorney is fighting desperately against that. So it's absolutely crazy, but appreciate you for chiming in.
No problem.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks, Laura. Bye. Yeah. So yeah, she is in hiding 100%. Yeah. So you can absolutely listen. If ICE is in your area and you want to take care of your neighbors and things like that, you can go grocery shopping for them. You can get essentials to them so that they don't have to come out and be about. I'll tell you all something weird that happened over the weekend. And this is totally just my speculation as to why, but it seemed very odd to me. Now, you guys have been live with me before when there's been a knock on my door, and it has been and it's been Jehovah's Witnesses or it's been the Mormons, right? You guys have seen that. Well, this weekend, something really weird happened. Somebody knocked on my door, and I opened my door, and it was these two women, white lady, black lady, holding, I don't know what they were holding. They looked like maybe Bibles, but with whatever. But let me tell you what they specifically said to me. Hi, we are looking specifically to share information with Spanish-speaking individuals from the Bible. Do you know if any of your neighbors speak Spanish? Call me crazy, y'all, but I don't think they wanted to share the Bible in Spanish. I think they were looking for immigrants. And I literally said, nope, don't have a clue. Right. Yes, wrong house for that. I said, nope, don't have a clue. I should have answered and said, no say. No say. That's what I should have said. No say. Um, so I thought it was my daughter. That's why I answered. Yeah. No say nada. Yeah. Habla inglés un poquito. Yeah. So, by the way, so I do want to address something that someone said in the comments. Someone said Democrats mad because all of your illegal voters are being deported. So, can we talk about this thing about illegal voters and voter fraud? Can we talk about it for just a minute? Because here's what I find astounding. The people that keep getting caught committing voter fraud are Republicans. So, literally last month, Austin Cole Smith, who was Charlie Kirk's deputy, who was part of Turning Point Action, he's still on their website right now. And he's listed with a score of 100 Patriot. He's got a Patriot score of 100. He just pled guilty, 14 counts, including 4 felonies, for putting in fake names on the signatures for him to run for office again. And he even wrote down the name of a dead woman, and he had to plead guilty. And he was just sentenced in January. Mr. Turning Point USA, Austin Cole Smith. Every single allegation is a damn admission. Every single one. Let me just read y'all. Attorney General Mays announces conviction of former legislator Austin Smith. Here's a quote: forging signatures, including those of people who have died, in order to get yourself on the ballot is illegal and it erodes trust in our elections, end quote. He was indicted by the state grand jury in 2025 for 14 criminal counts, including 4 felonies involved in forged candidate nomination petitions for his 2024 re-election campaign. The petitions were filed by Smith with the Arizona Secretary of State in March of 2024, with Smith signing the back of a number of those petitions indicating that he had circulated them. And then, absolutely, they did, in fact, send out partially filled in absentee ballots, which is also, Elon Musk's PAC got a reprimand from Georgia, because in Georgia, they sent out partially filled absentee ballots, which again is illegal. People, the people committing voter fraud are not unauthorized immigrants. You just sound silly. So listen, if they're an illegal immigrant and they're here to just take all your stuff, why in the fuck would they vote illegally knowing that gets them deported and they can face 5 to 10 years in prison? It just makes zero sense. You all refuse to use common sense. You just refuse to use common sense. Yeah. Oh, can you click? Okay, so again, G4 given, the people that I have just told you about that are committing voter fraud, election fraud, they are Republican. Matter of fact, the majority of the people that have been legislators, like Representative Mays out of South Carolina and Matt Gaetz out of Florida, that have been involved with child schmex crimes, they're both Republican. I know, macaroni. I know. The wind is horrible. It's been like this for 2 days. But South Carolina Representative Mays and all his Christianity had to resign last year. Why? So I'm just saying, folks. And I'm not saying that it's all Republicans or that there's no Democrats. What I will say to you is that the majority of the people that are being caught with their hand in the cookie jar, whether that's the election fraud jar, whether that is the child SA jar or the corn jar, whatever it is, it's Republicans. The Kansas mayor voted 3 times for Donald Trump. Did it really? Let me just see. What city though? Like, it's just absolutely wild, folks, for people to not know these things. And for people to be able to show you. Like, I can literally show you that Elon Musk's PAC got reprimanded by Georgia for sending out pre-filled absentee ballots. They were partially pre-filled out, which is illegal to do. That's not like a liberal conspiracy, like it's literally verifiable. Give me a second. Let me look this up. Yep. Joe Sabalas, a Kansas man, he voted illegally. He was the mayor of Coldwater, Kansas. He voted for Donald Trump multiple times as a non-citizen. And guess what? He got caught. It's just really wild, folks. And to me, it just says so much if you're willing to be in the comments and pop up at the mouth, but you're not willing to get up here and have a fact-based conversation with me. To me, that just speaks volumes. Like, how do you all have any idea, even approximately, what was the backlog of immigration cases that we had when Donald Trump took office during the first administration? Yes, there is an R guy that registered his dog to vote. Yes. How many of you all know? It was roughly 541,000. And by the time he left office, it was almost 1.3 million. That's by design, folks. Changing. Some people rather run with a lie than to know the truth. Maybe, Bobby. Maybe. Appreciate you, Mohammed OS. Right. I'm just, yes. Vet 58, you're welcome to join the conversation. Yep. So give me a second. Yeah, it was a woman, actually, who registered her dog. Buenos dias, Richie. Good morning, Barbara. So What is Judy saying? What is Judy saying? I'm missing. See, I don't get to see all the comments. This is why people should join the panel. Hey, Liz. Can we sell Ramadan baskets? Yes, invisible string. If you go to my link tree, Ruth, let's talk about it. I would love to have a conversation with you. Yeah, so Judy, let's talk about that. If Judy's a real person, I don't think Judy's a real person, y'all. Yeah, Jake, if you want to come up here, let's do that. Good morning, Wasim. Oh, you don't want to talk. You don't want to do that. Jake, I promise you, you don't want to bring veterans into this conversation. You don't want to bring veterans into this conversation. You don't want to do that, Jake. I can promise you. That's not something you want to do. Well, then bring your ass to the panel. Let's do it. Come on, Jake. Request up. Come on. Well, then very much do it. Very much do it. He said that is something I very much want to do. Then very much join the panel. That's all you got to do. It's the little blue and pink people then at the bottom. You want to do it very much, then very much do it. Yeah, see? This is what always happens. I don't know what T flags are. He'll have some excuse, Nico. He'll have some excuse. And that's exactly what it is. Some excuse. Hola, Mr. Barrios. Oh, he doesn't like my Palestinian flag? Well, I don't give a damn. What does that have to do with it? So it's better if you're in the chat. So you can chat with somebody who has a Palestine flag, but you can't get on the panel? Right, Tube. Just saying. Yeah, it looks like you don't very much want to do anything. Hola, amiga. What's up, Jelly Boss? Yes, Tube. Yeah, I mean, I don't think they need the plus boxes. I can show it. No, all I have to do is do this. And hold on, and now I'll just change the setting. That's all I got to do. See? They're requesting for balance, Jake. I want to talk to you. You very much want to bring up veterans. So let's very much have a conversation, Jake. See that big ass box right there that says plus invite? Come on with it. Not Millennium Meltdown saying, go ahead, my guy, click away. Good morning, Sammy J. What's up, sis? That's what I thought. Jake ain't bringing his ass nowhere. That's exactly what I thought. Yeah. So this is my thing, folks. If you're going to come and talk to me about immigrants, then I'm going to need you to actually know what you're talking about. So like if you don't know what Title 8 is and if you don't know how Title VIII works, if you can't name for me 3 legal ways to come into this country, if you don't know what Title 42 is, if you don't know the difference between Title 42 and Remain in Mexico, if you don't know anything about Operation Stone Garden, if you don't know how they actually try to report gotaways, if you don't know when they track them or if they consistently report them, if you don't know anything about our immigration performance schedule changing under the first Trump administration and costing us 42 immigration judges off the top, if you don't know that there are 3.5 million cases that are backlogged right now, you might not want to come on this panel and talk to me. Thanks, Christine. And the reason I say this is because those are all things that I know. If you don't actually know what the violent crime rate is for unauthorized immigrants, you might not want to come up here and talk to me about that. Because I do. And if you can't tell me the difference between an unauthorized immigrant and an illegal immigrant, again, not a conversation you probably don't want to come up here. And do you know what's the difference between you and I? I actually wanted to find those things out in order to have conversations. So when immigration became the talking point of the 2024 election, I took my ass to the Department of Homeland Security's website. I took my ass to the Customs and Border Patrol website. And guess what I did? I got educated on the facts. And then I made a whole document with clickable links for anybody else that wants to be educated. And I made it and I put it in my link tree in a Google Drive that's available for anybody. Like I literally did the work for you and just gave you all the links so that you could go find out for yourself. The problem is some of you all would rather run your mouths than get facts because the facts don't support your ideology. The facts don't support your bias. The facts don't support your bigotry. And so you run into a hard stop when it comes time to be accountable for those things. Because who wants to do that? Who wants to actually have to be responsible and accountable for the misinformation and disinformation that you put out? Y'all would rather just go argue in spaces where you're not actually going to be held to account for the facts. Listen, if Jake's not going to bring himself onto this panel, stop talking to him. Nobody's going to let him distract from this conversation if he's not willing to get up here. Yeah, I can't see what he said. And listen, I'm not worried about somebody like Jake. I'm really not. I think Linda muted him. Good morning, Indigo Spirit. So here's my thing, folks. Let me tell you how crazy this is. And I hope that some of you all that are over here on Facebook are from back home. I hope some of you all from back home are actually watching. And the reason why I do is because y'all are all up in arms talking about we want the illegals out of here. Y'all know how small home is. And y'all know good and well, as much as y'all love some good ass gossip, you already know who is or isn't legal in that damn city. Y'all already know that. You go down to the Sullivan County Jail, it is not full of no Hispanics. is full of white people because that's what lives there. 94%, 95%. Y'all don't have an illegals problem back home, and you know it. They're just doing that shit in Tennessee because Tennessee will allow it. And all it did was allow all of you all to get up and show your bias and show your bigotry. That's it. It's wild to me. Y'all all up in arms about a problem you don't actually have. You don't actually have an illegal immigrant problem. Hella, Raja. You don't have one. And you know you don't. You got a sinus medication problem. You got that. But you don't have an illegal immigrant problem. That's why I said sinus medication. They know what that means. And what's shameful is your children know better than y'all. But do you know what immigrants y'all do love back home in Northeast Tennessee? You love them damn immigrant doctors you have. Eastman loves to give them immigrants jobs, don't they? Huh? Y'all don't want to talk about that, though? Y'all don't want to talk about your immigrant doctors? You don't want to do that? No? Let all of them immigrant doctors that you got in them hospitals leave. Y'all already got shitty health care. Dave, come talk to me about what a legal immigrant is. Come on, Doc. You can come too. Doc and Dave, both. You can both come together and have a conversation with me. Mark, you have a lack of understanding or ability to read because nowhere on this page does it talk about Trump. Nowhere. You have Dani derangement syndrome because ain't nobody in this live talking about Donald Trump, and here your ass is in the comments, lady, you have Trump derangement syndrome. Ain't nobody talking about his ass. Nobody except you. That's what you have. Dani derangement syndrome. That's what your problem is. Well, come on, Mark. Come tell me about what I am. With God. There you go. Hey, Mark. How are you? Mark? Mark ran just like that. Did you see it? Mark, what happened? Your profile says with all things, with God, all things are possible. It's possible for you to join the panel. Mark was here the other day. You see, y'all, I don't even remember these folks. He was here last week. Y'all know I don't remember him. I don't listen to them jokers. And listen, they be on the panel and I forget about them when they're gone. What did we talk about, y'all? Oh, here comes Jake. Good morning, Jake. How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
I am fantastic. How old are you, Jake?
I'm 33.
You're 33. And so you said you wanted to talk about veterans?
Yeah. I said that why would people just coming into the country receive more subsidies and help than combat veterans that are homeless?
Okay, so what subsidies are they receiving, Jake?
The hotel stays, the food stipends.
Okay, so do you understand that that's what our immigration law says, Jake? So
yeah, I'm well aware that's what it says. I'm just saying, why does it say that? And it doesn't say that for veterans. and combat veterans. And
Well, how about you don't use veterans to talk about immigration because they're two separate conversations?
Yeah, I'll talk about whoever I want.
Well, I'm a veteran, Jake. So how about you don't speak for me?
I'm glad.
Yeah, so don't speak for me, Jake. So do you know that?
Homeless?
So Jake, do you know? Hey, don't talk over me, Jake.
Are you
Jake.
a homeless veteran?
Jake,
Are you a
Jake,
homeless
listen.
veteran? Answer the
What do you
question.
know about homeless veterans programs, Jake? What do you know? So tell me what you know about them.
I know that there's enough of them on the street
Do you know why?
because they're not receiving the help that they should be.
What should they receive, Jake?
They should be receiving probably free housing
Why?
because they serve their country.
So you think that, but that's not what we signed up for. Like, so in our recruitment.
I'm well aware what you signed up for. I'm just saying that your reward should be different, in my opinion.
So have you contacted your legislators, Jake, and asked them to change the laws regarding veterans benefits?
I don't live in America.
Where do you live, Jake?
I live in Canada.
You live in Canada? Are you American?
No, I'm Canadian.
Okay. So help me understand, Jake. So you don't really know anything about our veteran system?
I know there's a lot of them on the streets.
So do you know that you can walk into any VA facility and there's a program to get veterans housing?
It doesn't seem to be working.
Well, there could be a variety of reasons.
Okay, well, I'm just saying that there's not enough attention being paid on them.
But that doesn't have anything to do with immigration. They're two different things.
It does.
It doesn't.
It does, because it's like what you're portraying to the people. So what is being shown is that more care is being given to people just coming into this country than veterans are.
Yeah, so actually, no. It's okay, you guys. It's okay. It's okay. Just relax. Yeah, so here's the thing, Jake. What I can tell you for sure is that the Veteran Services Administration has a ton of programs to assist homeless veterans, right? And what I can also tell you is that veterans issues and systems are completely different and separate from immigration. They're actually not related in any way, shape, or form, right? So I could say, right. So here's the thing. When you put those two things together, it's a false argument, right?
It's not.
It is,
because it's a depiction that you're showing society, that you're showing the world, that you care more about
Jake,
than immigrants than you do your veterans when
you
have a homeless veteran problem.
So Jake, let me also share this with you. Under the current administration, they just decided this administration last week, that they were going to change our final interim rule. Do you know what that is, Jake?
No.
Okay, so the final interim rule has to do with veterans and their disability benefits, right? So like me, I'm a service-connected disabled veteran, Jake, right? So what this administration just decided to do was change the final interim rule, which rates VA disabilities and determines compensation. And what they said is that they are no longer going to make those decisions based on what your condition would be like without treatment. And they have the ability to now reduce benefits for any veteran that is taking medication to control or help the symptoms of their disability. So that's from the current Trump administration, Jake.
Okay.
Right. So
I'm not talking about any administration independently.
Well, but when you talk about not doing good things for veterans, right?
Uh-huh.
This administration is literally attacking veterans at this moment. Right. Yeah. And so
where's Trump on the background? You're not talking about Trump.
I'm not. And I still didn't say Trump. I said this administration. I'm talking about the VA administration. Correct. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. His name is Doug Collins. His name is Doug Collins. I know who runs the Department of Veterans Affairs, Jake.
Great.
Okay. If I wanted to say Donald Trump, I would say Donald Trump, but I'm not.
Okay, but it's
I
still
literally
his
am
administration.
specifically speaking about right, correct, because the administration is who determines those things. Right? That so it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who it is. That's the administration.
Okay.
Okay,
This
so
administration is
that
doing- I'm
means
not saying that I agree with what this administration is doing. I'm saying, as a whole, for the last 10 plus years, this has been an issue.
no, it has
for-
no.
Yes,
It
it has.
this has been so. Let me be clear, Jake. That's actually not factually correct. That's actually not
You can think
factually
that, that's
correct.
fine.
So
You can think that all you want.
no,
It's the
I can
image
know
you're
that. So
giving
here's what I
the
can tell
entire
you.
world.
So Jake, what I can tell you is the actual facts around immigration. Our immigration law is more than 50 years old. And the immigration law has needed to be updated and changed for decades now. Decades.
Yeah.
Now, here's the thing about that is that immigration law needing to be changed wasn't an issue just for the last 10 years. It's been, like I said, for decades. And it still doesn't have anything to do with immigration law and with veterans. Those two things are different things. What I can tell you is that when we talk about right facts over feelings, that's definitely true. Those two things aren't related, as you have said, which makes me wonder why you intentionally use them. Because I could say the same thing. I could say, why does immigration? Because you know that Canada has the same immigration laws, and Canada has the same system.
They have a very similar system, yes.
Yeah. So
I
when
know.
immigrants come to
And I
any
feel bad for
country,
the veterans here too. We
when-
don't have as many homeless veterans here though as you do.
but you cannot make veterans get benefits.
Okay, I agree.
You can't make
copy and
ben-
paste
you
that from
can't-
the
you
comment
can't-
section all you want.
No, but you can't. You cannot.
can.
So
You can.
actually, you
When
can't.
people are going through a mental crisis,
You don't
should
know
be
that that's
able
their. You don't know that their problem
People
is
who are
mental.
homeless, 9 times out of 10 are going through a mental crisis. 100%. Like, are you? Is that a joke?
What
You
percentage
think
of our?
homeless
What
people
percentage
are
of our
out down the
hop?
street, la-di-da,
what
this is so fun
percentage-
and amazing. I
Jake,
chose this because I'm mentally
Jake,
healthy and I don't
what-
have PTSD.
Jake, what percentage of our homeless population are veterans? Do you know?
No, I don't know.
So how many veterans do we have in the United States of America that are homeless?
I'm not sure the exact number.
So how do you know how? What? So you're upset about something that you don't know?
It could be one. It could be one, and I would care just as much. So I know it's at least one. And just statistically, you would have more than us. We're a country of what, 35, 40 million? You're a country of 350 million.
What, baby?
Those statistically, yes, you're going to have more than we
Get a
do.
snack first, and then I'll get you candy. Oh, you can have a cookie. It's on top of the stove over there, on the pan. So
Someone said I'm a Zionist. I am definitely a Zionist, so I'm not capping.
well, nobody cares if you're a Zionist.
Actually,
I don't.
This, G with the swig.
But you're not talking to them, so you can pay attention to the comments if you want to.
You can tell them to stop adding me then if they don't want a response.
Well, you can just not talk to them, right?
No, ignoring people is rude.
Well, do you think so? I know, guys, it's perfectly okay. Remember, we're not just here to talk about Jake, right? It's not just about Jake. It's about everybody else. So the reality is that the immigration issue in this country isn't attached to veterans in this country. And
it doesn't matter that they're attached. I don't know
it
what you don't
does.
understand.
It does.
Let me explain why. because
No,
you
it
are
doesn't.
giving
It doesn't.
an image.
It doesn't.
Let me explain why. Maybe you'd learn something.
No, maybe
So-
I don't need to learn anything from you. I don't.
Of course you don't. You silence.
No,
the
I
opposition.
don't. I am because you're being
You're
an
unwilling
ass.
to learn.
Yeah,
you're
no,
unwilling to-
you're being rude.
You're unwilling-
You're
willing
being
to learn.
rude, Jake.
I'm sorry you don't like.
You're
me
being
matching-
rude.
I'm matching
You're
your
being
energy.
rude.
I'm matching
You're
your
being
I'm
rude.
matching
Jake, you're
I'm
being
matching your
rude.
I'm matching your energy.
No, you're not.
Yes.
See, that's me matching energy. That's me. That's me matching energy. So here's what's funny is you have someone. So let me just share this with you all on why this is a problem. Okay. Using veterans to make an argument against immigration is an insult to veterans. And the reason why that's an insult to veterans is because veterans took an oath to the Constitution. And the oath to the Constitution clearly outlines what our responsibilities are as a country. Right? And so veterans don't want you to use us in an argument where people's due process is being violated. It's an insult. That's why you see veterans all over the country that are up in arms about this. You don't use veterans to argue against somebody else about what we're not getting, especially if you're not doing anything about it. Like my first question was, so have you actually written to your legislator and asked them to change veterans law? Yeah, Jake was nasty from the beginning. Jake threatened to unalive me. Literally. Jake literally said in the comments that he would Charlie Kirk me. That's what he said in the comments. So for those of you all who said I'm being rude, I'm not being rude. He put that in the comments. So let me just be clear. Now, it is due process. It is due process being violated, Timothy. And if you don't know that, I would love to have a conversation with you about it. Yeah, so I believe that that's what he was wearing. I believe he was wearing an IDF uniform in his picture. I believe that's what somebody was saying. Timothy, a judge did not order their removal. That's actually not correct. And like I said, Timothy, if you would like to discuss it factually, please join the panel. Well, Dusty, let's talk about that. Because I don't think that you all know what legally means. I don't think that you all know what it means to come here legally. I think that people think that legally means you have to come here and come to a port of entry. You don't. Depending upon what type of immigration process you're going through, you don't. Do you know that you can come here? You can be here illegally. And if you within 12 months apply for asylum, you're not illegal. Hey, Brandon.
Hi,
How are you? What's up?
I'm good. I just want to talk about what that guy was talking about. I felt like he wanted to come out here to be rude. That's all he wanted to come out here to be.
Yeah, he was rude in the comments, like I said.
And I hate when people not from the state, they always want to have something to say about our state. Like,
he's not even from this country.
right. Like, so why do you have something to say about it anyways?
Yeah.
And immigration does not have nothing to do with veterans at all. At all.
Nope.
So I don't understand where people get that from.
It's not. It's not even a legitimate conversation, and people do it because it's a false argument. It's not a real argument or justification. Right. Thank you. Which false equivalence is what it is.
Exactly.
And it's not right. Strawman argument. It is not the same thing at all. And my whole issue, listen, the Veterans Administration, the laws that govern veterans and veterans benefits is antiquated and outdated, just like the immigration law is. Most of the things that we have that is governing our country are things that were set up 50, 60 years ago. They are antiquated.
Right.
They are outdated,
Right.
just like the UN.
And we could get better.
Yeah.
But like you said to him, that we do have things that what does help veterans. We do also have like mental issues in our country.
I mean, listen, we have mental issues all over the world. And let me just be like, if everybody thinks, like, people always think about veterans and they think about PTSD. That is not the only thing that veterans have.
Oh, right.
And it's not always from combat. And by the way, for all of us that lived through C-19, the majority of us also have some form of PTSD as well. Just so y'all know, living in the world that we live in right now, there is so much that we see on a regular basis that causes trauma. And we don't give the resources in this country because healthcare is attached to whether or not you work for a corporation that is big enough to offer benefits, right? Most people don't have the resources or the insurance to get assistance for the mental health issues that they do or don't have.
Right.
And I mean, like, that's just a fact. This is where we are.
And it sucks.
Yeah, it does
the
suck.
administration that we have right now is not helping at all.
No.
At all.
So, yeah, baby.
I didn't get cookie. I didn't.
Come here. Let me see.
But yeah, I just wanted to say that, and I want to say I love you. You're amazing, and keep doing what you're doing.
Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you, Brandon. Appreciate you. Later. Let me see your breath. Open your mouth. Blow. Girl, I smell cookie on your breath. Why are you lying? She said, Tutu, I didn't get a cookie. I said, come here, let me see. And I made her open her breath and blow. Girl, I smell chocolate chip. You can have one more and then that's it. I smell chocolate chip, girl. You lying. Yeah. Oh yeah, she real good. Listen, she was trying, y'all, with everything she had. She was trying. Yeah, so Jake, I don't think you're gonna come back up because you want to be rude. So no. That she is. No, it's Mila. She had to go to the doctor today and get medicine. Hey Sherry, good to see you. So Absolute Comics, I accepted you, but you went away. Absolute Comics, I accepted your request, but you went away. Yeah, I did homemade chocolate chip cookies over the weekend, and so that's what she was wanting. Okay, so listen, folks. I don't think that people. So here's the thing: if you really were interested in immigration and people doing it the legal way, right? You would be up in arms if about the number of people who are having their civil rights violated, right? If you were really concerned about the right way, because there's a right way to get here and there's a right way to deport. And that means due process as well. So if you're not up in arms about the illegal way that ICE is rounding up people, then you don't have any grounds to be upset about any other illegal way that somebody might be here in terms of immigration. What is that? I see. So you understand what I'm saying? So I'm going to give you all a couple of different things, okay? So being here illegally, hell no, I'm not streaming the State of the Union. No. It is absolutely costing us a ton of money. Yeah, Bobby, he's in the request. 100%. Yeah, no, like, here's my thing, you guys. I don't bother to listen to the State of the Union when Trump speaks because it's full of fallacies. It's full of fake statistics, inaccurate information, and usually some form of Democrat derangement syndrome, right? And so for me, I just choose not to do it, right? It's not something that feels good for my soul. I got it, Sandy. They haven't requested Sandy though. Oh, there they are. I didn't see their comment the first time. I just saw Sandy. I just heard you invite them up. Hey, Absolute Comics, how are you?
Hey.
Hey. So I didn't see your comment originally in the chat. So I just saw that Sandy told you to request to come up. So I don't even know what you said in the chat.
I was probably saying about how the fact is immigration. Our country relies. The sad and real fact is not only does our country rely on immigration, but every country, in fact, every other country in the world, is incentivizing immigration. You know, you've got literally countries that are paying people to move there.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, we act like we're this grand golden, anyone who's traveled internationally will tell you, we're not this paragon that we think we are. That's just marketing.
Correct. Yes.
You know?
And so I would say this. I would say that European countries are really seeking immigrants. That's more of a Western phenomenon.
Japan, for instance, actually is seeking immigration. They're having a population problem of aging.
Yep, they are.
There are a lot of countries that are having those issues because people are having less kids because obviously it's more expensive.
Yep. Yep.
When you have two people making one and not everyone's even getting married, you have a decrease. And there are some statistics that really blow my mind. First off, the whole argument about, they're taking our money, blah, blah, blah. Immigrants contribute almost $1 trillion positive to our economy, and that's across all sectors. Meanwhile, we're spending, so you take that away, now you're down 1 trillion, and then we're spending how many hundreds of billions to remove them. It monetarily makes no sense.
Correct.
Secondly, the people who go, we don't have enough room. Inhabitable, and you guys can look this up, inhabitable land, the area of land inhabitable in America is only 2%. And not 90% of our inhabitants occupy 1% of the land. We don't have a land issue. There's plenty of room. And then on top of that, homeless. You hear people, it's the home. There are 17 million vacant homes, external homes, not counting rental apartments, just homes. And there are only 700,000, and I say only, but only 700,000 homeless.
Yeah. And in the whole country.
In the whole country.
Yes.
So there's this ridiculous concept. What it all boils down to is very simple. It's like Sherlock Holmes or any old detective book will tell you, follow the money. So is the real problem the Republican poor person sitting next to you? Or for the Republican, is it the equally disenfranchised and poor Democrat? No, it's all a distraction by the upper elite billionaire corporations and billionaires who don't want to pay their fair share of taxes, who are leeching off of us.
Yep.
You look at pharmaceutical companies, they make billions of dollars And they're subsidized by our tax dollars. So we pay for all of their research, all of their work. And then whenever they get their breakthroughs, which, by the way, their breakthroughs, they're not researching cures. They are researching treatments to keep us alive, to leech from us longer.
Yep. True.
And that's all on our pocketbook. And then they turn around and say thank you by charging outlandish prices for all of them.
100%. And not paying livable wages at the same time. Right. So at the same time that they don't want to pay their fair share in taxes, they absolutely don't want to pay a livable wage either.
Here is the craziest thing. Someone did crunch the math. If the top corporations, the billionaires and stuff, just pay 20%, which is lower than the fair share, just 20% tax across the board, we as a nation could afford free healthcare, free energy, all of our utilities covered, internet covered, free secondary education.
Yeah.
We would have the best education, best funded education system in the world. Everyone could be given a free starter home as like an apartment or something like that, free, and a food voucher every month like SNAP, bare minimum, every single person in America, just if they did their fair share. And the irony is and our deficit would go down. The irony is those billionaires would then make more money, not because we'd be lazy, because who's going to sit there in an empty apartment with nothing to entertain, no clothes? We're all still have to work.
Yep.
But our basic human right necessities could be cared for.
True.
If they just stop being greedy, terrible human beings and self-centered and so short-sighted. Yeah. They would make more.
100%. So Jamel, it is not immigrants that are the problem. Jamel says, I drive trucks and they hurt the market you work in because they take cheap loads. No, that is not them. That is the corporations. So this is my thing. That is the corporation choosing to not pay you and to not pay them what the load is worth. It is making people accept whatever they can get in order to eat and to live. That is not on them. That is on the corporations.
I owned for a short period a trucking company, and I can tell you it is ridiculous how low they sit there and bid stuff, and that's the corporations. It's not the individuals. The way that the trucking industry works is literally there is a website. I think there's like three main websites that they put bids out to, and they go for the lowest bidder, and they come in literally 9 times out of 10 less than the cost of your gas. And that's I'm not an immigrant, and sometimes just in order to keep break even for the day, we would have to take loads. Has nothing to do with immigration or not. And I'm Native American. I'm over half Native American. I can tell you, I personally find it hysterical as a Native American when all of these people sit there and scream about illegal. I'm sorry, my ancestors didn't invite you.
Yeah.
And on top of that, the people that they're trying to kick out historically have a greater claim to this land.
100%. 100%. Including, by the way, including Mexicans, y'all, just so y'all understand that this was Mexico before it was the United States of America. Right. So yeah. 100%.
Absolutely. And so I find it, okay, so your people came over illegally longer ago, and you consider that makes you more legitimate. I'm sorry, that's absolutely false, and that is justification. The reality is this country needs to stop being divisive. We need to band together and realize it's not the left versus the right. It's the bottom, which is 99% of us versus the top 1%.
Yes. 100%. 100%. And I don't think that people understand what's happening. And you probably do, but have you listened to the EU's prime?
Not recently.
Okay.
But I just got back from Spain, a trip to Spain, and I can tell you, I had to immediately, every time I met someone, denounce our orange taco and his his reign of hate. They all see this is the next Hitler.
Yeah. Oh, don't say that word on TikTok though.
He is following Hitler's playbook.
Don't say Schmittler. TikTok will get me if you say that word.
Sorry.
But so I'm gonna play something.
Funny mustache man.
Yes. So I want you all to hear what's being said. Okay. No, I didn't say, yeah, Jamel. So when you say, I didn't say the whole United States, I said part of the United States was Mexico. I never said the whole United States.
Yeah, no.
No, I never said that.
The people who immigrated further south originally lived in the entire United States.
Yes.
So all of the brown people that are trying to be kicked out, that's my ancestors.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm half Cherokee. We are taught our history and the Trail of Tears and how horrible that is, and we're seeing it again.
Yeah,
we're seeing it again, but this time with guns to the face. You know, it's way more overt. The problem is that, again, it's all a distraction. I have kids. I liken it to whenever a baby is crying and you sit there and jingle the keys to distract them. And that's all that's happening is they're jingling the keys to one side and saying it's the left, and the other side they're saying, oh no, it's the right. And both sides are culpable. The only difference is, sadly, it's as I liken it, people go, I'm by the way, wasn't traditionally a Democrat. I just happen to have functioning brain cells. So, and I can see the fact is one side right now is the equivalent of someone who's taking your lunch money, and the other side is literally filled with PDF files and murderers and genocidal hate mongers. I'm sorry, that is not what that party was. It's just gotten crazy, and ever since Nixon literally, and you guys can look this up, it's the playbook for that party. After the debacle, it almost killed the Republican Party, and they came up with a playbook to say, how can we save this party? And what they did was they decided several things. And so, sorry for anyone listening, but if you fall into these categories, this is their playbook and you fell for it. One, they realized that there were a lot of poorly educated Christians who qualify for vote. Now, I'm a Christian. I'm not anti-Christian. I'm talking about poorly educated ones. And what mattered to them were things like guns and abortion rights. And so that didn't really matter to the upper echelon, but they adopted those things as well as, frankly, racism. So they adopted those as their platform, and secondarily, they realized that the less educated the populace was, the more likely they were to vote for them on that platform. And they have been systematically sabotaging our educational system ever since.
So we watched, for those of you guys who didn't see it, my subscribers and all, we watched Bad Faith together. And it outlines that specific thing because the Republican Party didn't care about Roe v. Wade at all. They didn't care about AB. That didn't become a thing until 78, about 5 years after the Roe v. Wade decision, right? It wasn't a thing that they were concerned about, but what they needed to do was find a way to, Lee Atwater said it, right? How do you win the votes of racists without sounding racist yourself?
Exactly.
And they developed the Southern strategy, right? And the Southern strategy was a thing. And it's just the South. And I don't like to say less educated. I say differently educated, because there are things that people in the South might know, whether it's about their land, whether it's about the farms, whether it's about the
But
fields.
that isn't the school system. It's
Right.
the school systems themselves that are being sabotaged.
Right.
And when you control, I believe it was even like, and here to use a liberal, it was Ted Turner, owner of CNN at the time, who said, when you control the information that people receive, you control the people.
Well, yeah, but that's why the Daughters of the Confederacy, the United Daughters of the Confederacy, that's why the UDC spent as much money as they did writing your
nothing
education
she's saying
books.
Dan, nothing she's saying is a lie. You can literally verify all of this information.
Did he just call me Hispanic? Listen, all brown people are not the same, Dan.
Yeah, I sadly got the German skin pigment. The rest of my family got the dark skin. They laughed. My brother used to tease me about it. Meanwhile, he got the German hair and I got the Cherokee hair. So as the older one, my hair's still dark. So
yeah.
But not all brown people or people of color or ancestry are the same.
Yeah, no, we're not all the same. So let me just say this, okay? What people don't understand, and I there's a great little 6-minute video, right, that Vox did about the United Daughters of the Confederacy, right? And that about the fact that that's how we got all the Confederate statues around the country. The fact that they paid for those to be put up, they paid our governments to put up those Confederate statues, and then they paid to write. They wrote a ton of the books that were in the Southern school systems, like all the way down in Georgia, right? There's a like a 3rd grade history book, social studies book, where they're talking about the slaves frolicking in the fields and singing songs. It was just like, what? Nobody was frolicking in the fields. You know what I mean? But that's literally how they did it. And so it's the UDC. Look it up. If you just go to YouTube and you type in Vox, Daughters of the Confederacy, you will see it all pulled up, and and it tells you this is how they framed it. They tell you that this is how they were able to take care of, and that's what Moms for Liberty is attempting to do in our education systems right now. That's exactly the plan, folks. And so if you don't realize it, so this is why I keep saying, if you're not willing to have a conversation about prejudice, about bigotry, or the system of racism as it exists in this country, including and also in addition to that, sexism and all the other isms that go in, if you're not ready to have that conversation, you're missing the point, because all of that plays into why people are having this intense reaction to something that's not an issue.
Well, it's another thing that they use as well, and this is I grew up in Texas, and again, I am a Christian. Mm-hmm. I'm a non-denominational Christian, but I am a Christian. I was raised Baptist and then became non-denominational. I'm very much have my own faith. Mm-hmm. But one of the things that I love about the traditional non-denominational is that it's a very accepting, it's a very open-minded view. But in the South, they're trying to institute in schools Christian learning and Christian teachings and stuff like that. Now, as a parent, that's a terrible idea.
It is.
Do I want the schools teaching their version of Christianity that may not match mine? Do I want atheists, for instance, who might be the teachers, being forced to teach Christian? That has no place in school.
So
none.
Let me tell you,
what our job as a parent should be.
100%. And this is my thing. I say this all the time. I'm like, well, listen, Christians, and I was raised Southern Baptist in the South, right? I always laugh because I'm like, Christians can't even agree on which denomination is like, right? Because I mean, if you're Episcopalian,
the old joke was the Methodists and the Baptists tried to get out earlier to go run to the restaurants first. So that was the big war.
Yeah, the Presbyterians and all of that. I mean, now where I was raised, you're going to be you're going to be in church for a long ass time, right? Because that's how I was raised. But I want to pull this up for you. So I talk about this, and this is also in my link tree a ton. And I want to find that, because I don't like to read anybody's editorial take on it. But I want to read the actual document itself, because it is so important to know what it actually says. Thank you. The real document. This is what I wanted. Okay. So the very first time we had this, so everybody knows, let me switch what I'm sharing over here. Yeah. So yes, Courtney, the current administration is using immigration as a talking point, as a divisive talking point. But we knew that was going to be the case, because listen, when Donald Trump told the GOP, the conservative GOP, absolutely, like, to not do anything with the Lankford bill, because they needed to run on immigration, you knew that was going to be the case, right? You knew that was going to be the case. But I want to show you all. Hold on, stop. Thank you. And now I want to show you this. So the very first time, and I've talked about this a lot, and it's in my link tree. So the very first time after we were established, after 1776, that we get the potential for a religion to be introduced into our government is in 1785. And absolute, I don't know if you're familiar with this or not, but
Yeah.
You are. I figured you might be. So this is the Memorial and a Remonstrance, and so this is in Virginia. Okay, so in Virginia, they wanted Christian school teachers to be paid by the government, and James Madison absolutely freaked out and said, "What are y'all doing?" But the language that was used, I'm not going to read the whole thing to you, but I just want you all to hear this, because remember that this is 1785. It is in my link tree. If you don't know where my link tree is, folks, if you go to my profile page, if you go to my about section on Facebook, you will see the link to my link tree. But this is the first time, and he's saying, listen, this is absolutely crazy. So let me tell you what it says. He says, "We, the subscribers, citizens of the said Commonwealth, have taken into serious consideration a bill printed by order of the last session of General Assembly, entitled, quote, a bill establishing a provision for teachers of the Christian religion," end quote, "and conceiving that the same, if finally armed with the sanctions of a law, will be a dangerous abuse of power, are bound as faithful members of a free state to remonstrate against it, and to declare the reasons by which we are determined. We remonstrate against said bill," and then number 1, he says, "because we hold it for a fundamental and undeniable truth, quote, that religion, or the duty which we owe to our Creator, and the manner of discharging it, can be directed only by reason and conviction, not by force or violence. The religion then of every man must be left to the conviction and conscience of every man, and it is the right of every man to exercise it as these may dictate. This right is in its nature an unalienable right. It is unalienable because the opinions of men, depending only on the evidence contemplated by their own minds, cannot follow the dictates of the Creator. It is the duty of every man to render to the Creator such homage, and such only as he believes to be acceptable to him. This duty is precedent, both in order of time and in degree of obligation, to the claims of civil society. Before any man can be considered as a member of civil society, he must be considered as a subject of the governor of the universe. And if a member of civil society who enters into any subordinate association must always do it with a reservation of his duty to the general authority, much more must every man who becomes a member of any particular civil society do it with a saving of his allegiance to the universal sovereign. We maintain, therefore, that in matters of religion, no man's right is abridged by the institution of civil society, and that religion is wholly exempt from its cognizance. True it is that no other rule exists by which any question which may divide a society can be ultimately determined but the will of the majority. But it is also true that the majority may trespass on the rights of the minority. Because if religion be exempted from the authority of the society at large, still less can it be subject to that of the legislative body. The latter are but the creatures and vicegerents of the former. Their jurisdiction is both derivative and limited. It is limited with regard to the coordinate departments. More necessarily, it is limited with regard to the constituents. The preservation of a free government requires not merely that the metes and bounds which separate each department of power be invariably maintained, but more especially that neither of them be suffered to overleap the great barrier which defends the rights of the people. The rulers who are guilty of such an encroachment exceed the commission from which they derive their authority and are tyrants. The people who submit to it are governed by laws made neither by themselves nor by an authority derived from them, and are slaves. And this line is my favorite sentence. He says, because it is proper to take alarm at the first experiment on our liberties. When
and that's just it, is when what a lot of people, now our founding fathers were not perfect.
No.
But they also were not all Christian.
No. They were deists.
You know, a lot of people get that wrong. They're like, oh, we were founded as a Christian.
No, we weren't.
No, we were not.
No.
Another fun fact is had they, you get the people going, oh, you got to speak English in America.
Hold on. Peter Mandelson's been arrested for corruption in connection with the e-files. Peter Mandelson it just came across my thing. So I just have to celebrate that.
So any good news is always good news.
Yeah, I'll take any glimmer that I can get. I will take any glimmer that I can get.
I literally wrote a song that's out right now on everywhere called "Rise Up," and one of the lines of it. It's I have a separate called Nostalgic Tones. I write songs. It's called Rise Up, and literally the line says, I long for the days when you could just wake up instead of and hearing, not having to look at the news and seeing another S show.
Right, because it is a shit show, 100%.
Yeah, it's absolutely.
But I want to go back to this language
Sure.
for just a second for you guys,
Sure.
because when he says that it is proper to take alarm, this was the first time, like he was like, hey, you got to think about it, you guys. They have just finished kind of like, we are just established. And he said, wait, what are y'all trying to do right now? We should be alarmed. And then he said, listen, if the people in the General Assembly create a law like this, right, that tramples on your rights, they are tyrants. They are tyrants. And I need for you all to understand that that is the place where we are right now. 100%.
Well, going to the official language thing, when people had we done a vote, and this is the funny thing, had we done a vote for the official language in the early days of the United States, we would all be speaking German.
Yeah,
so
probably so.
That is the funny fact is all these people, oh, English is the official language. It's always been. No, there's a reason we've never had an official language, because we are a nation of immigrants. And coming from the comic book world, back in the day, Superman was created by the sons of immigrants to stand for, and a lot of people don't realize this, he was literally the icon of immigrants. That is what he was founded for. And if you remember his slogan, he fought for truth, justice, and what's that last one? The American way. He no longer says that. They no longer say that in DC Comics because America has lost its way.
Well, that's a true statement.
We do not stand for what we did back then. And I pray to God we get back there. because we are not supposed to be a nation of hate. We are supposed to be a nation that welcomes. Look, what does the Statue of Liberty say on it?
But you know what? That has always been. Here's my thing. I know that that's what it says, and I think that we have to address the fact that that has not ever applied to certain people in this country, right? That has not ever applied to certain people in this country, and so I think that one of the things that one of the things that I wish people really consider, and right, Michael James, it never applied to black and brown people here. It just wasn't a thing. And if people talk about the mustache man all the time, but people don't talk about the fact that the mustache man copied Jim Crow. Like, they copied us. You know, people always say, "Oh, we're becoming Schnazi Germany." No, we're becoming what Schnazi Germany copied, which was Jim Crow way back in the beginning.
Well, to be fair, we are copying his playbook. So if you look at Funny Mustache Man's playbook, what did he do? He demonized a select group of minorities, which, by the way, were not initially the Jewish. It was actually the gypsies and the homosexual. Those were his first targets. Started small. Then he expanded up. Suddenly now it's the Jewish people that are keeping us down. And then now it's, these other foreign countries and stuff that are keeping us down, so we should invade and take over. It starts small and insidious and grows, and it includes things like limiting free speech, going after political opponents. How many times are we hearing these days where, lock them up, being said rhetoric about political opponents?
But that was the same thing for black and brown people in this country. And so this is what I'm saying. So the Nuremberg laws literally were based off of Jim Crow. So when
of course.
So
I mean, we set the example. They perfected it, and we're taking it even further again. It's full circle.
Yeah, and so I just need for people to really understand that I really want people to understand is that we started writing this playbook, and then America, it became politically incorrect and socially unacceptable to flaunt your racism.
Right. Well, people used to be, and that's what people used to have the good graces to at least pretend to not be racist.
Essay, Scotty, what are you talking about? Which facts? Which facts, Scotty? Uncle Scotty, which facts are we talking about? I'll wait for him. So, not you, Scotty ABC. Thanks, Sheila. I
don't know which one, but I think he was talking about Andrew Jackson, which was for my people, the great genocides against like the Cherokee and the Trail of Tears and stuff like that.
Yes, he's joining. Hey.
Hello, my brothers and sisters.
So which facts were you talking about?
Okay, this is the fact that he said that there's a persistent myth known as the Muhlenberg legend, and it stems from the misrepresentation in 1795 of a petition where German Americans requested that federal laws be translated into German. There was never a referendum that we would be speaking German.
I never said that.
Yes, you did.
No, I said we had a majority of German speakers at one point. Whenever there was a discussion being taken.
We never did, because this continent was colonized mainly by the British. The Germans were were not anywhere close to being a majority in this country. So, and it's easy to look up. I mean, it's not like this is rocket science anymore. We all have this handheld computer in our hands, and that's exactly what I was told when I was in grade school. So these are the myths that we keep propagating because we don't check our own selves. And I'm the most ignorant man that I know, but my knowledge of my ignorance prevents me from spewing misinformation on my fellow brothers and sisters, which I have done in the past. And so it's important for us going forward that Veritas is the coin of the realm, because there is so many lies that are told. All wars are started on lies, and when we lie and we commit murders because of them, I mean that's on us, because we're failing ourselves because we're lying to ourselves. So this is the platforms that give the people the Veritas. And Dani is really great at it because she checks herself all the time.
Hey, Tim, why don't you be respectful in the comments, Tim? Okay, sorry.
No, but yes, and I don't believe he was being malicious or anything by saying that. It's just it is something that we've all been taught.
Well,
like
all right. So here's the thing, though. What you have to remember is it's not about, and you have to go back historically, because there's this new statement that I've heard that it's, and I've done research on this, that it is a legend and it's an urban myth and so on and so forth. However, it was the second total populous language at the time. However, back originally, not everyone could vote. So you have to, of the voting populace, there was a very real chance that, because you had to basically be a white male landowner to vote. And the white male landowners' predominant language at that time was German. So it's not about the number of people. People have gone back and gone, oh, but there was only this many percentage. Didn't matter. It was how many could vote. So of that percentage, that was the reality. So it's not exactly a myth or a thing. I will grant you, it was the second most populous percentage language, but it was very narrow and quite possibly could have won based on the voting eligible populace. So that's the reality.
Possibilities and beliefs, and they mean.
I'm not pushing German agenda, by the way, guys. You know, I'm pointing out the whole point, regardless, is the silliness and of saying that any language should be the national language. That's we're kind of getting lost in the weeds, because the reality is we are a melting pot and should be welcoming of all people and all languages and all races and all, well, I don't like the term race, ethnic groups, all, every gender, etc. That is what builds a strong country, builds a strong nation. And when we stop being divisive, when we stop sitting there and pointing to other people who are other or different than us as ways to exclude or bring down or hate, that will keep us back. It is the Tower of Babel in modern day.
The reality is that you're holding on to a myth, and you want it to be propagated as Veritas.
Again, you're getting bogged down into semantics.
Hold on. Go ahead and finish, Scotty.
So if you're going to be true to yourself and you're going to try to educate people, you cannot dismiss a something that is factually incorrect because you believe it or that's your feelings, and that somehow it's been misinterpreted, and I'm missing the point. The point is that the only thing that matters is truth, and truth is what we're striving for here, not for feelings or what.
At what point did I say my feelings on the matter? I'm talking about the fact that data, again, research data suggests that, and so you're arguing facts based on what you've seen. So again, and it's kind of, you're missing the forest for the trees.
So here's what I will say, because I haven't done enough research on it to speak about any about either of them. So I will do my due diligence so that I can articulate, because I haven't in this particular thing. It's not something. I do think that the greater point that I take away from the entire discussion is that we were not a Christian. We were not founded being a Christian nation. We were not founded with an official language. We were not founded with, anything that is official, because we are not all the same. And we didn't come here as the same groups of people right now. So I think that is the point. And I appreciate both of you all having your perspectives and giving me something for me to look at as well. Yeah. So that's kind of my takeaway from it. And then I will do my other due diligence as well, because
exactly.
Yeah, that's it.
It's really not germane. It's more of an aside. And again, it is something that could be argued, and scholars do argue, and scholars continue to argue, neither of which are us.
Yeah. So let me just say this so that everybody who is in the What's Up Max Boy, folks that are in the chat, I think the thing that I really want people to take away from this conversation about this is that the place where we are right now and the things that our legislators are doing and that our administration is doing, I want you all to understand they are not representing the vast majority of the population and the people. And it is not, it's not what we should be supporting. And for people that want to talk about, well, we have to have borders. We have borders. We have an immigration system. It is a system that has been broken for a long, long time. And it's not any worse today than it was 10 years ago. It just is what it is. And I think that the thing that I would like for people to do, so Ladybug, do you know how it should be used properly? Travis, how is it broken? So it is broken because we do not have enough, we don't have enough legal pathways, right? We don't know that. We don't have that. We don't have enough immigration lawyers. We don't have enough immigration judges to actually see it. Like, the system is set up to where when it takes 10 years, we don't have enough judges. We don't have enough immigration lawyers. We don't have enough anything. And they've known that. And I said this at the beginning of the live, if you don't even know this. So listen, it wasn't until December of 2024 that we even started tracking whether or not people were showing up for their hearings. Do you all understand that? We did not even track whether or not people were showing up for their hearings until December of 2024, after the Government Accountability Office did a whole study about whether or not people were showing up for hearings or whether they were waived from appearing, and whether or not that was being reported to Congress or being reported to the public. We weren't even tracking it. So you can't come up with a viable solution if you don't even know all the parts of and getting all the data and the information.
Ladybug is talking about, keeps saying over and over, we have a problem with too many people coming in. I live in Florida currently. Okay, guys. And if you've been to the grocery store and seen that your produce your strawberries, your oranges, your fruits and vegetables are higher, that's because right now we are, and this is widely reported, we are having an issue with not enough people to pick and work the fields. It's just they're you've got people afraid to show up because ICE raids are going on. I've literally had in my community, which I live in I live in a bizarre community, gated community where it's mostly Airbnbs, and I've seen SWAT teams. They look like SWAT teams of ICE agents pull in through the gates and start going door to door, trying to find people.
Yeah.
It's a crazy experience down here in Florida, and those things directly affect. Not only is it a terrible human rights thing. I'm not glossing over that. All of the terrible, but for those people who are just trying to say, well, Trump is doing this for the economy. How's your grocery bill? I know mine is terrible. It's awful.
Okay, hold on. I got to address comments that are happening over here in YouTube. So let me just say this. Homeless people do not need to be forced any fucking where. Sorry, Tracy, you're making me curse. So let me just say this. Unhoused individuals are human beings. And no, we are not going to make them slaves and force them onto farms to pick your crops. Like, sorry, but not sorry. So let me just be very, very clear about that, right? So unhoused people, we don't force them anywhere and force them to go to work. Absolutely not. That just sounds ridiculous and inhumane, right? So let me say that first and foremost. And second, no one is forcing Spanish on you. If you don't want to learn Spanish, don't learn Spanish. I will tell you this. Most countries in the world, most people, other places than the United States of America, they speak multiple languages and they understand that but being bilingual or multilingual is an asset. And it makes you more attractive and more valuable in the workforce and when you travel and everywhere else, right? So that's just the truth of the matter. So if you don't want to speak Spanish, don't speak Spanish. But what we're not going to do is say, oh, we're just going to take all these people and go force them to work, because we don't do slavery anymore, except in the prison system. And that needs to stop as well.
That's a whole nother can of worms.
Yeah, that's a whole nother, like, we can talk about that, but that's a whole different thing. So that we're just not going to do that. I can't stomach any bit of that. And I'm just going to be clear and shut it down, like period, point blank, just so that everybody understands that. Okay. So I just really felt the need to interject, because you just been going away on the comments and they were talking, so I didn't want to interrupt, but I'm absolutely interrupting now. Nobody is literally, Spanish has been put upon us. No, it ain't. Spanish has not been put upon you. Not at all. Nobody's forcing you to speak English. Stay single linguist if you would like, right? And then I hope you travel somewhere where they do not want to be accommodating to your English only speaking ass. That's what I hope happens at some point for you. Because I'm just, I am, Marilyn. I had to, let me just, y'all don't seem to understand something. Palestinians are the most literate people on the planet. Like, do you understand? They are 98% is their literacy rate in Palestine. But you think that they are nothing, right? Every single one of my African friends speaks 4 to 6 languages. Every single one of them. Why? Because they value education. In this country, we don't value education. We don't invest in it at all. And then we get mad because we are falling behind other countries. Other countries are 100% distancing themselves from the United States of America as fast as they can. They gave us an opportunity to not do this again. But if you don't think that these other countries watched Trump under the first administration, if you don't think that these other countries read Project 2025, if you don't think these other countries know about Project Esther and the U.S. National Security Agreement, where we have agreed with Russia and China to dismantle and tear apart the EU and Europe, you are mistaken. They do know about it. And they are saying 100% that they are ready to be done with us. And that is why they are all making their own trade agreements with China and India and everywhere else. Do you realize that the EU just made a deal with India that is going to be the largest free trade agreement that exists, where it's going to cover 2 billion people? They are literally figuring out how to divest themselves. And many of them are cashing in their US Treasury bonds. If that continues to happen, we are going to be fucked. And that's as politely as I can say that. Mm-hmm. So I'm just going to be clear. Like, all of you all mad at other poor people need to understand. We're giving away billions and billions of dollars to Israel for them to unalive people, including children, right? Meanwhile, Israel is giving their people free health care. They have universal health care. They have free education. But we don't. But we're giving hella funds to them. We don't have enough money for this country, but we got $10 billion for a fucking board of peace, and we don't even have peace at home. Get out of my face with that.
Yeah. My fiance is Ukrainian, and the reality is war is just atrocious. It doesn't matter what. There are no winners. And in genocide.
Yeah, you got to say G-side on TikTok.
Oh, G-side? Okay.
Yeah, but I really, literally, y'all just don't understand. You're busy up here talking about, we don't want, so I didn't see it, but I will absolutely. So listen, guys, when I say it was billion with a B, listen, folks, when I say be respectful, that's to everybody. So we don't do magatards or magtards, and we don't call people who were Trump supporters, we don't call them names either. Let me tell you this, if you are calling those people names, you're part of the fucking problem, because they are never going to listen to someone who talks about them the way that you are. You are causing the divide. You are just furthering the divide when you devalue and you demean people. So we don't do that here either.
Yeah,
right, and it's also a slur.
Yeah. To speak to that too, I worked in marketing for years, and one of the things you learn about in the psychology of how people change their minds and change their attitudes, it's never through attacks, because when someone has an idea, they take on that idea or that support as part of their personal identity. And when you attack that, you have literally in the brain function done the same as if you had slapped them as hard as you can. No one's going to react positively to that. So one of the things that in marketing you learn is, we should apply in humanity, is if you want people to change their minds, you can't do it through just facts. You can't do it through, because we are an emotional creature. You have to come with them open-handed and ask them to substantiate their beliefs given the facts. So, because the example I use is Twilight Zone. Back in the day, did a ton of social reform and social changing of minds by, instead of outright saying you people are wrong, they showed you and let you make your own mental connections that, oh, I'm being the bad guy by being racist. Oh, I'm being the bad guy by just being xenophobic. And that did the movie Blazing Saddles, people point to and say, it's funny, you could never get away with it today. But I would argue, and many people have argued, that it did so much for bringing race relations together, because it exposed how silly it is, how silly racism really is. And it got people to laugh, and it changed minds because it changed hearts by being open. When you attack someone, though, when you are mean to someone, they will never change their minds. And we have to realize that all of this divisive stuff, as I said earlier, is a distraction.
So I have to say that I want for people to understand something. I don't. So there are some things that I believe are a distraction, and some things I don't think are. So I'm going to give you an example. Taking down the historical references to slavery in Philly, or changing the name on a submarine, right? That is a distraction, right? Because they know good and well they're going to have to turn around and put them back like they did in Philly, right? What is happening right now with ICE and warehouses across this country and mass detention centers, that's not a distraction. And I would also say, like, I can just speak for myself, and I'm exploring why I had this reaction to it. I had a very intense reaction to hearing you say that racism is silly. I had a very intense reaction to that minimization of something that has been so atrocious for Black and brown people in this country. It is not silly, right? I don't think that there's anybody that would.
I didn't mean to say that racism is silly. The concept of judging someone just fundamentally based on the amount of melanin in their skin, if you step back, that is silly. Not the systematic oppression, not the policies, not the historical atrocities. None of that. That is not silly. Like I said, we have to remember our past so we don't repeat it. So I'm sorry that came across incorrectly. I meant I was just talking about the fundamental concept of judging people based on an exterior. And that was literally the point.
And so, so I'm sharing because words do matter and they do have an impact. Thank you, Curious Mind. Appreciate you. They absolutely do have an impact. And I think it is especially important for folks to remember when they are having conversations about those types of things, that words matter in terms of how we use them and what we do and what we don't say, right? So for me, it was a very intense reaction as soon as I heard the word silly, because that's not a word that I would ever attribute to racism, right? And so
I used the wrong word as opposed to honestly, what I should have said is well, maybe not silly, but also more about external biases based on the externals, which is really where that comes down to, and then the subsequent that follows from that. But again, just trying to be sometimes brevity is not especially off the cuff brevity can be misinterpreted and misspoken. So I do apologize. Wasn't my intention. So 1,000% appreciate.
Yeah. And I appreciate you listening. So one of the things that I spend a lot of time doing in here is making distinctions with verbiage, because it's helpful to create understanding when we know the language that we're using and how to use it and how is best not to use it, right? So for example, I love Just Giggles. Thank you. So one of the things that I love an educator. Her name is Debbie Irving. You guys hear me talk about her a lot. And I share this every time I go to talk about this because she's where it comes from, right? And so she makes this distinction, and it very succinctly allows people to see the difference between bias, between prejudice, between bigotry, and between racism, because they are three different things. And a lot of times people will use those words interchangeably. Okay. and they are not interchangeable. They mean different things. And so prejudice literally means prejudgment, and you are prejudging someone before you know anything about them. And prejudice isn't just about whether or not someone is white, black, or anything else, right? Prejudice. I'm very transparent, and I let people know if I see you driving a pickup truck with a big Trump sign and an American flag off the back of your truck, I'm prejudging 100%. If I look at your social media profile and the first thing it says is child of God, conservative, Christian, whatever, I'm prejudging before I know anything about you based on my historical experience from those types of individuals, right? So that's prejudgment. But with prejudgment, there is no hatred involved. There's no desire for you to be oppressed. There's no power structure involved either. It's just a prejudgment, and that prejudgment can change once I get to know the person, right? Now with bigotry is a little different. Bigotry takes prejudgment to a whole nother level, where as soon as I see a Trump something about you, or as soon as I see whatever it is about you that I'm judging you on, there is a really hateful, negative connotation with it, and it invites a desire for you to not be well, right? So it's like a step above prejudice, right? It's literally right, Scotty. Great word. It's a great distaste for you, right? So that's bigotry. Bigotry has ill intent, but again, no power structure. Okay, no power structure. Racism is completely different, because racism is where you might have that prejudice and you might have that bigotry, but you also have the power to put that feeling into laws and into policy, and you're able to oppress one group of people while elevating your own, right? That's the power structure. If there is no power structure, then there's no ism, okay? And in the United States of America, there's only one racial group that has ever had the ability to put their beliefs, their ideology into laws, because they are the majority, and that is white people in the United States of America, right? It is the same thing when we talk about sexism, okay? So again, the people that have had the power with the regard to be able to put, it does not exist separate from power, Travis. No, it doesn't. And so that's the same thing when it comes to sexism, right? When we talk about what sex has had the ability to put their ideology and their prejudice and their bigotry into law, it would be men, right? And so that is why women didn't have the ability to get a credit card until 1973. That's how women had to fight for the right to vote, right? Because men are the ones that made the laws and the ideology. And when you look at much of our legislation, and much of our legislators throughout the country, they are still made up of the majority men, right? And so that is the difference, guys. When you're talking about even ableism is because our Congresses, our state legislatures are made up of able-bodied people more than people with disabilities. Disabled individuals would be able to look at housing and see it from a different perspective, and they would know the needs of disabled individuals. Whereas able-bodied people, even if they desired to, unless they were intentional about learning what they did not know, they would not have the ability or anything to pull from. There'd be no experience. There'd be no reference to be able to pull from. And so that's the difference, folks. That is why diversity is such an important thing. Of all types, it's because the more diverse you have, the better your ability to apply and create things that appeal to a wider audience of people. Like, that's the difference. And so it's really important when we say those things that we understand exactly what they mean, because just adding them in there is not helpful, right?
Absolutely.
So, yeah, but no, I appreciate you, Absolute and Scotty for joining in and being able to facilitate conversation and be open and all the things. Brandon's not going to get in the box, Sandy. I already sent Brandon an invitation. He's just going to sit down there and yap his jaws. What, babe? Yeah, you can get a snack. You can get a snack.
Someone popped in saying, and being very disrespectful, but they were trying to say that I guess somehow this being pro-immigrant is wanting higher prices for everything. It's the opposite. Again, our housing, a large percentage of the workers in housing, new housing, immigrants, are produce immigrants. These are all people who I don't think it's right. They're contributing to our economy, but gaining very little benefit from it, in the hopes that their future generations can benefit from what America pretends to be, and that hopefully one day we will return to the American dream, which, you know, I am a small business owner. I've hired. I hire based on no criteria other than and to your isms, like to even bring it to smaller. Someone was saying that it's not based on power. If I, as a business owner, decided I didn't want to hire women, that is me exercising sexism. Or if I didn't want to hire a certain ethnicity, that is an example on a smaller scale. So the power can be even exercised by the small scale, as well as the systematic and government and corporations and things like that. So, so just to chime in on that. I want to also reiterate something to people. Okay. Real talk. Lots of times when we are having an immigration conversation, I hear people automatically reduce it to a field worker, hand worker conversation, and about what it's going to be like if we, if we don't have them, and how it's going to affect our vegetables and groceries and all of that. And while there is a part of that that is true, people need to also understand that the same way when Africans were brought here, that they weren't just like, people always say that we brought slaves here. No, we didn't. We brought doctors here. We brought lawyers here. We brought dentists here. We brought fishermen here. We brought seamstresses here. We brought nurses here. We brought teachers here. Right. And it's the same thing when we talk about immigrants, right? When they come here from other countries, they come here with a whole lot of different expertises. Now, whether or not they can find engineers, exactly, but whether or not they can be employed as that here is something different, right? So I think that we need to just be clear about the fact that they are more than just tech intelligence, all of the things. So I'm real big on saying we did not bring We did not bring slaves here. No, we didn't. We brought a whole society here with their whole skill sets. And if you do not believe that they had a flourishing society, then you apparently haven't seen everything that's been built in those countries far before they were brought here. Right. And I've literally, downstairs right now, one of my people that work with me, she's amazing. She also came from Ukraine. She owned a hotel. She owned a call center. She owned salons. And now she's having to come. She had to come here with nothing to escape. And she's going through the immigration process, and there is no easy path. She's got a master's degree. She's a brilliant woman. The best person I could have ever had in my life, in my business. And she is struggling to stay here. You know, it's they've made it harder and harder, and there are all people have value. Number one, just fundamentally, but you know, I've had Uber rides from people who were doctors in South America. You know,
100%.
I've had nuclear scientists. I saw a guy who's a previous nuclear scientist who's a janitor, and these are skills that are being wasted and not valued simply because they weren't born here. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, so it's really important for people to understand the value of those people. And yeah, so Tracy Clark, when you say Dani Cook wants kindness, but the world is not kind, we are the world. Not to sound cliche in like a 1980 something song, but we are. So the bottom line is, if we want the world to be kind, then we should just be kind, right? It's just like, that's not difficult to understand. It's really not difficult to understand. And folks, I really don't, I just want you all to hear, I want to play 2 clips for you, so that you can hear how Europe and other folks are talking. Just listen.
And right after Davos, the next weekend, I will travel to India. There's still work to do, but we are on the cusp of a historic trade agreement. Indeed, some call it the mother of all deals. One that would create a market of 2 billion people, accounting for almost a quarter of global GDP.
A quarter.
And crucially, that would provide a first mover advantage for Europe, with one of the world's fastest growing and most dynamic continents. Europe wants to do business with the growth centers of today and the economic powerhouses of this century, from Latin America to the Indo-Pacific and far beyond. Europe will always choose the world, and the world is ready to choose Europe.
Folks, if you all don't hear what she said, and they closed this deal, by the way, they closed that deal, the deal between Europe and India, their free trade agreement, they closed that deal. And it is going to account for a quarter of the GDP. That's the Prime Minister of the EU, Tigress. It will account for a quarter of the world's GDP. They are not playing around. I have one more that I want to play for you, and I haven't edited this one, so give me a second. Because, holy jeez.
To do. We must grow a European backbone.
Hold on. I got to see where I started this sucker at. Okay, this is the beginning. Ready? Listen.
By 2028, defense investment.
Oh, wait, hold on. She said by 2028, if you didn't hear that. Okay. Listen to, this is her again. I just want you to hear, this is her again.
By 2028, defense investment in Europe is even projected to exceed the amount the US spent on such equipment last year. This is a true European awakening. And this is only the start of what we need to do. We must grow a European backbone of strategic enablers in space, intelligence, and deep strike capabilities. No taboo can go unchallenged. By 2020,
she said by 2028, we will invest in their defense more than what we invested in that equipment last year. I need y'all to really understand that these other countries are working together. These middle countries are working together. And when they do, they will become stronger. Tracy, when you say India needs investment, let me just be clear. A free trade agreement with India is insanely incredible for the EU. Just saying, for those of y'all who do not, right, she is saying they will not need us defensively by 2028. And what people don't understand is that, yeah, what people do not understand is that, yeah, she does. Yeah. Globally speaking, you all, it is countries like Africa and India that have a thriving, growing, younger society than we do. The average age in Africa is 19. The average age in the US is 34. If y'all don't get that, I don't know what to tell you. Like, it affects our daily lives right now. Folks, all of this impacts us right now. It's just a matter of time. Yeah, I said 19. This is why they don't want you, this is why they want to make you carry babies, but they don't want to give you the health care to make sure that you and the baby are okay. Why? Because they want it to be about them damn corporations. 100%. And I mean, that's just fact, folks. You can be mad about it. You can not like it. You can think whatever. But if you're not ready to face the facts about who we are, folks, keep fucking around. And when these folks trade in their U.S. Treasury bonds because the dollar has weakened so much that they are going to get out before it tanks, we will go into a recession like nothing you have ever seen. Just in case you all don't know that. And this is where they are leading us to. I don't know. Pride goes before the fall, y'all. All this pride you have with, you're talking about America being great. That pride is gonna fall right before the country does if you all don't get it together.
I'd like to say something, if I may.
Go ahead.
So it's imperative that each and every one of us lead by our manifestations in what we do and say. And it's very, very important that what we say and what we do is the truth. Marcus Aurelius said that there is one real value in life, and that is to cultivate truth, to live without anger in the midst of lying, scared, unjust men. So it comes down to this what is happening here in the United States. We are being manipulated by those who have been manipulating us for millennia. And once you see the machine, you stop mistaking the operator for the source of the lie. And what we are witnessing is the last gasp of scared, lying men desperately clinging to their psychosis. The truth, indomitable and unimpeachable, stands on its own. AIPAC Zionists and Israelis are the first and foremost a clear and immediate threat to the safety of the world. Veritas is not a lie that men have agreed to buttress. It is indeed the essence of our existence. It is why the matriarch is returning to her rightful place.
Yeah, 100%.
The overarching truth of life is that Veritas stands on its own. It is not a lie that men have agreed to buttress and call it truth. It is indeed the essence of our existence. Lies teach you who to fear. Lies teach you who to hate. Lies teach you who doesn't matter. Lies teach you who matters less. Lies teach you who is disposable. Lies teach you whose death is acceptable. Lies teach you whose death is necessary. Lies teach you whose life doesn't have meaning.
Mm-hmm.
And once you accept one, you accept the system.
Yep.
Once you accept one killing, you accept the logic. Once you accept the logic, you accept the machine. Once you accept the machine, you become part of it. Lies start all wars. And words are powerful. We all speak life into the reality of life unfolding in ourselves and our neighbors. And yet, here we are, standing naked before our God, while our manifestations are in direct opposition to our words.
Yeah, 100%. Well said, Scunny. Folks, somebody asked in the comments, do we still have the ability to save the country? I would say, yeah. And it's about 9 months from now. And if we don't get it right, I literally have thought about provisions and exit strategies and things like that, right? And I don't want to think about that, right? I don't want to think about those types of things. And yet I have, right? And the reason I have is because I don't know if enough of the country understands where we are. And I don't know if enough of the country understands what we're really facing. Folks, they are not doing mass deportations. They're doing mass detainments, right? They're doing mass detainments, not mass deportations, right? You might want to stop and think about that and ask yourself, why does ICE need to buy all these warehouses if the plan was to deport them? If the plan was to deport them, why do they need all these warehouses? And let me just be clear about something. God is not in control. We are. God said, I gave you free will and I gave you dominion over the earth. You create with it whatever you want to. And this is the shit we came up with. And it's only us that changes it. Just to be clear. And faith without works is dead. So if you aren't doing something, I don't want to hear about your faith. You must take faith and you must have action with it, regardless of whether you have a religion or you don't. Whatever you are hoping for, believing in, praying for, whatever, you must take action to make that thing come to pass. And let me tell you all something. If you don't understand this, we are sinking. They are blowing through money like you would not believe. They are blowing through money, y'all, like you would not believe. Do y'all think when they allocate all this money to ICE, it just magically appears from somewhere? The deficit is increasing. And who's paying for all of these damn warehouses? Who's paying to feed them all entertainment? Because they're no longer working. They're no longer working. They're not working to put food on your table or in their mouths. They're not doing it. Just so you're clear about that, it is costing you more money than ever before. And when you look at the reality of it, folks, the citizen of the United States of America is more likely to commit violent crime than any immigrant, period. Several times over. several times over. I see ICE right now back in my hometown. They're back in Sullivan County, Tennessee, where I was born and raised. Y'all go ahead and look up Sullivan County, Tennessee. They're going to tell you it's about 95, 96% white. Why are we wasting time in Sullivan County, Tennessee if 96% of the population is white? Mila, let mommy in. She came to make you noodles. They are. The most diverse county we have in that region is Washington County. And that's because of the university. That's it. And they still 91% white. It's absolutely wild to me. And people are complaining. And people are like, yeah, I want them immigrants out of here. Listen, town is so small. Y'all know who the damn immigrants are. And you ain't never had no problem. Sullivan County Jail is full of white people. Sullivan County Jail is not full of illegal immigrants committing crime. And I promise you, if an illegal immigrant was committing crime in Sullivan County, they ass would be in jail and deported. It's white people committing crime in Sullivan County. Y'all don't have an illegal immigrant problem. You have a sinus medication problem. That's it. So, you know, if you aren't willing to really have a real serious assessment of why you're feeling the way you're feeling about this, I just don't know. It might be the little one that I normally use is probably in the sink, and then the big one is down there. Yeah. So listen, the Republican Party loves to spend tons of money and focus on tons, like on the 1%. They did it for trans people. They're 1% of the population. And now they're doing it for immigrants. I don't know why y'all don't get that by now. A curious mind, if it got bad enough, I sure would. I literally was saying to my mom, I would qualify for asylum. I sure have. I was analyzing in my brain. Would I qualify for asylum? And where would I go? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Tennessee just passed legislation saying that organizations and people don't have to recognize same-sex marriage. What the hell is that? What is that? What is that? Tennessee is sponsoring a bill right now that wants to make AB the equivalent to schmurder, to unaliving, just like South Carolina has one. Tennessee and South Carolina both have bills wanting to make AB an H side so that women can be tried for schmurder. Tracy, yes, they would. Yes, they would. I don't think that you understand. The United States of America is already on human watch lists. We're already on human rights watch lists. Yes, there are people in this country who would qualify for asylum in other countries. 100%. Yeah, I don't think you understand. Because Tracy put Americans are not going to qualify for asylum. Yes, ma'am. %. And this is what people don't understand about where we are in this country. And that is why this year is so important. This year, it is critical. I cannot I cannot express how important these midterms are. $10 million people did not come in under Joe Biden. You just sound silly saying things that you heard Donald Trump say, or on Fox News or OAN or Breitbart or whatever. 10 million people did not come in under Joe Biden. Neither did 14 million. It's just literally not a thing. I don't think you even understand what an encounter is. Encounter doesn't mean admittance into the country. It's just crazy that you guys don't know facts. No, Cheryl, you never saw the border wide open because it never was. Like, and I would like to say that you sound silly, but you just sound willfully ignorant. You just sound willfully ignorant.
Oh, yeah. Oh, because it's not.
Title 42 shut the border because of C-19. Like,
Do you want to come over?
well, no, I actually know facts. I actually know facts. So, you know, folks, do you all understand what it means when we talk about immigration language? Okay, so listen, when you look at the Department of Homeland Security's, or you look at the Customs and Border Patrol website, right? Which many of you have probably never been to them. I've been to those websites. I go to them regularly. When you go to the Customs and Border Patrol website, when it says that there was an encounter, do you know what that means? That means we actually encountered the people coming to the country. It doesn't mean that they got into the country. It means we encountered them. Do you understand? When you have high numbers for encounters, that's a good thing, because it means you are encountering people and less people are just slipping through. Low numbers aren't always great. But y'all don't understand that. Y'all seem to not understand. Like, oh, I'm not, listen, I'm not arguing with you all. What do you mean? What is going to be done with the detainees? In my opinion, they're going to be used for free labor, in my opinion. I believe that's why ICE is buying all of these warehouses across the country. I believe those people are pretty much going to be enslaved. That's what I believe. I believe they will violate the 13th Amendment, and that's what they're going to use them for. That's what I believe. Because if they were going to deport them, they would have zero need to be buying warehouses across the country. Sandy, dislike politics can't get in the box because they've already been blocked. Yeah. What's that, Ro? So, like, I'm just saying. Let me just look at something really quick. Oh. Yeah, they are purchasing them at more than double the value. What's up, Tiff? I mean, literally, the one in Georgia, they paid $138 million for it. And that's like, I don't even remember how much. It's like 4 and 5 times more than what it was worth at the last time it was appraised. And it was appraised just last year. Yeah, I mean, it sounds like and gives the appearance of money laundering. I don't really know what it is, but I'm just telling you, like that's yeah. So you know, so when yeah, the one in Georgia was previously owned by a Russian company. Not to my knowledge, Leo. No worries, Pedal. Yeah. So I just think it's really important that people become better informed about what's actually going on and figure out like this is the time. Yep, valued at 29 million and sold. I thought it was 138 million, Scotty, not 128. Alaikum salam, Bilal. I don't know, Leo. I don't know if that's a thing or not. Yeah, so in my opinion, so do you I mean one of the things that irritates me is Venezuela belongs to the ICC. I just wish that Venezuela would say to the ICC that the United States of America violated, if they would file a complaint with the ICC against what the U.S. has done in international waters in destroying their boats and unaliving people, because Venezuela recognizes the ICC's authority. I don't know if you all know this or not, but the United States of America does not. Yeah, but beach bum wannabe, it's punishment for a crime, and you have to be convicted. And so this is what I'm saying. So the reason I am saying that they will be violating the 13th Amendment because the 13th Amendment requires that for slavery and involuntary servitude, that you must be convicted. And so this will even violate the Constitution. Yeah, because as horrible as it is that they do it in prisons, right? As horrible as that is, doing it with immigration centers, that would be 100% an issue, right? So, hey, B-Rad, I'm going to invite you to the panel. Don't type in all caps. All caps are reserved for my moderators. Yeah, I know, deliberately woke. I know. Oh, I didn't even see some of these folks. Hey, Dana Shank. Dana Shank?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi. Did you mean to request up?
I did, yes. I came into your conversation where you mentioned, the next 9 months, things go further south that you think about leaving the country. And I'm just thinking, well, I left the country in October.
Wow.
I'm living obviously by my name in Denmark. So I got my residency, free healthcare. It's not free healthcare. You pay your taxes, but you know what you pay it for.
Right.
And taking Danish lessons. So I'm assimilating with the culture over here. And the one thing that I was shocked about is I went through 2 weeks of detox of just hate and it was almost as if I was abused when I moved to Denmark because everybody is just so kind, nice, and welcoming.
Wow.
And especially with all the things going on with Greenland, you'd expect the exact opposite.
Right.
And but the key point is growing up in Philadelphia. I'm 64. I grew up in a middle class family, and that's the one thing that's totally missing from what's happening in the States. And, you know, I could talk for hours about how I'm against the whole concept of billionaires and the people at the bottom fighting against each other. But I wish I could do more. So I feel very guilty where I'm at, because I'm having just kind, loving life that I felt like I had before.
Mm-hmm.
And my wife, who's Danish, says to me, "Why do you even listen to what's going on there? You know how upset you get with that." But I just, it's almost like I'm a father and I have children that are suffering right now. But so I just want to say, if you are thinking of leaving, that it's not a joke, but you know, don't wait too late, because you know, they go through processes. And I was fortunate; my wife was Danish and we're married 38 years. But
Yeah.
there are places around the world that would welcome us with open arms, and the Danes do understand that it's a small majority that do support what's going on right now. But I didn't come up with any answers, but I appreciate your show, and I'm listening 6 hours ahead in beautiful Denmark, and I'll be a follower from this way forward. So
I appreciate you. I appreciate you, and congratulations on your move. I think, you know, it would be different. I've got daughters and 3 grands, and then my mom is still alive at 84 years of age, and so all of those things kind of play into choices. And you know, I think for me, the midterms are going to be a huge thing, because having a Democratic majority in Congress is essential if we're going to have any hope in hell of getting it together. Like, we've got to have a Democratic majority, and then even after that, we have to hold them accountable, and we have to start to rebuild. Like, the only glimmer that I find for me in the dismantling of so many things, right, is that we have an opportunity to rebuild them in a way that actually would work for the people, right? And not the billionaires, and not the 1%ers, and not the corporations. I just hope that enough of us learn that lesson to do what's necessary for us to come out on the other side. Yeah.
Totally agree. And I just want to make one last point, that there will be, and there continues to be distractions, such as what's going on with Iran right now, what happened with Venezuela, Greenland, etc. And the key point is, over in England, they're holding the Jeffrey Files connection accountable.
Yep.
And I think that pressure, and I think we just need some courageous sharing of these images, not to do anything other than to just bring the truth forward, because in the States, it's not going to come forward under the current regime.
Yeah, no, it's not. And I agree with you. I do think that as you see Norway, and you see France, and you see the rest of the EU holding people accountable, like even Mandelson was arrested today.
Yes.
I think that as you see that, it's going to apply pressure. And thank goodness for Thomas Massey and Ro Khanna. Massey has now said, I think they've made it so personal to him at this point. He's already said, he said, when will it be enough for me? He said, when I will be done will be when I see these individuals being perp walked and being taken into custody and being put on trial. That's when it will be enough for me. So,
absolutely.
Yeah. So hopefully that's what we're going to get. So, but I appreciate you so much.
Thank you for having me up, and I'm going to drop down now.
Okay.
All
Gotcha. Thank you. Yeah. So folks, you know, let me just say this to you all. I do hope and believe that we will get it together. I also, y'all know me, I believe in transparency and being very direct, right? So Maggie, here's what I would say about that. When you say you believe this country will survive, have faith. here's what I will say about that is when things go wrong in this country, Black and brown people suffer the worst. And if white people just survive, Black and brown people are going to be doing less than surviving. And so I refuse to, quote unquote, just have faith in a country that I've never been able to put my faith in. Okay. So I'm not, my faith is not in the government. My faith is in myself and my community and the people that we can come together. I'm just telling you right now, my faith is in the work. It's why I show up here and do this all the time, is because this is the work. And so that's what I have faith in. I do believe that my energy, my effort, what I put out will come to fruition, will harvest. Like, I do believe that. And so that is what I stay in, right? And so for me, that's where I find my hope. It's definitely not in the government, and it's not in the powers that be. My hope is in the work and in the fruition, and seeing, people like Sean and Sherry and Felix and Southern Accent and all of those individuals that we've met on this app and across the board who have started over here and been able to turn 180 degrees, right? So like, that's where my hope comes from. It's definitely not from this government. I make no bones about the fact that I'm aware that I live and reside and I served in a military for a government in a country that doesn't love me. I'm very aware of that fact, right? But the reality is that if we want to make it happen, if we want it to happen, we have to make it happen. Let me just be clear. If we want it to happen, we must make it happen. And that requires every single one of us doing the work, having difficult conversations, having literally analyzing. When I got on here, I told you all that everything felt very heavy for me today. So I know y'all are usually like coming to me for the hope and all of that. And I still have that. I also feel the reality of things, right? I do know it's the last breaths of patriarchy. That I do believe. I believe 100% that the patriarchy is dying. 100%. And the US is fighting harder than anybody else to hold on to it. And right along with the patriarchy is the sexism, is the racism, is the ableism. Like, all of that is what is, and I have said that from day one. Yep. And I absolutely believe that. The isms too. Exactly. So Jay Bird, when you say how long until it's done, that's up to us. That's literally up to us. People want to say, how long are we going to suffer? Right? Until we decide we've had fucking enough. Until we've had enough. And I don't know about you all, but I've had enough of this shit. I have literally had enough. And everybody else has to get there. Everybody else has to be there. I literally have had enough. Listen, I am so tired of seeing mediocre men who aren't worth half of my brain cells in positions that they don't need to be in, doing shit that they shouldn't even be doing, that they aren't qualified for. So tired of it. It is so frustrating to see people be elevated because they are men, because they are men doing the same shit I do, and not doing it half as well. I'm so tired of that shit. Hey, Gloria, good to see you. I just think I don't even know what you're talking about. So, I mean, so women, when you say women can be just as bad as men, let me tell you something. No, they can't. No, they can't. And you wouldn't know that. Do you want to know why? Well, do you want to know why, you all? Do you want to know why? Women have never run this government. Every war that we've ever been to, men took us into. Chattel slavery in the United States of America, men did that. Men did that. Nobody's telling men when it's fall that they need to park underneath street lights and make sure that they, watch their back when they leave and carry mace and carry this and carry that. Nobody's saying that to men. When you say women can be just as bad, it is not the largest percent of them. It is the largest percent of men. It's crazy to me. 3 out of every 4 women, every woman that you meet has either been SA'd or harassed. One of the two. But yet y'all don't know a single dude that's ever done it. All of us have either been SA'd or harassed, but y'all don't know a single dude that's done it. So I literally don't want to hear it. And y'all busy not checking each other. You won't hear the locker room talk and you chuckle instead of calling people out. You laugh about it. You do an uncomfortable ha-ha. When we are waiting on you all to step up and be men and call it out. It is your job. I know, Michelle, about wind. So let me say this so that everybody understands. Okay. It is not a man's world. Because you can't do shit without us. You can't do anything without us. Go on and give birth. Be my guest. I'll wait to see it. Go ahead, men. I want you to get that out of the end of your member. Go ahead. Do you want to know why men can't give birth? Do you want to know why? If men had to give birth, we would have gone extinct already. We would have gone extinct already. Y'all cry when the wind blows too hard on them things. Real talk. The wind blows too hard. No, literally. I'm just saying, y'all know it as well as I do. %. I'm just telling y'all, listen, this is why the shift is so uncomfortable, because so many things are dying at the same time. This is why it's so intense and it feels so overwhelming. I'm just saying. See you later, Scotty. Listen, did you ever see Brandy said they couldn't even handle a menstrual cycle. No kidding. Did you all ever see the four guys that go around, the try guys, and they go around and they try different things? Do you all know who I'm talking about? The try guys. Do y'all remember them? This was a thing back in the day. Do y'all remember them? And the try guys wanted to try to see what it was like with the cycle. And they put the TENS unit on them to just simulate what it was like. Man, listen. Couldn't handle nothing. I'm just saying. And if you couldn't do that, you damn sure ain't giving birth. Absolutely ain't no way. Right, Kat. I could watch those for hours. Yes, you know what? I think that we should have a requirement that can be the new poll tax to vote. You have to be able to handle a 5 on the menstrual simulator. How about that? That's the new poll tax on voting. You got to be able to got to be able to handle a 5. Just saying. And you ain't getting no damn cranberry. You ain't getting no peppermint tea. You're not getting no ginger. You're not getting nothing. No heating pads. No thermocare. None of that. Right, Christine. No Midol. No nothing. Yeah. So, but yeah, today just felt really heavy when I was like, do y'all know I changed the prompt? The prompt that I had up at the very beginning, y'all, I changed my prompt at least 5 to 7 times before I started today, because there were so many things I could have talked about. So many things I could have talked about. Right? Trade, immigration, the laws in Tennessee, ICE, Congress. You know, they went back into session today. We got to deal with the SAVE Act. I'm telling y'all right now, my 83 or 84-year-old mother asked me today, am I going to have to go get a passport to vote because of the SAVE Act? I'm tired of it. I'm tired of the foolishness and the fuckery. They have to go. They have to go. They don't got to get out of the country, but they got to get the fuck out of office. They got to get out of our laws. They got to get out of our administration. They got to get out of our federal buildings. They have to go. I'm just saying. I want you all to think yes, you have to absolutely. So, Tigress, let me say this about when you say Democrats and Republicans alike. So I believe that what we have to do is we need to have a plan for how we go about things. Okay. And while I would agree with you that the Democratic Party has its issues, there is only one party that stoked an insurrection in this country. There is only one party that is rounding up black and brown people and buying up warehouses in this country. There's only one party that is attempting to take away civil rights and human rights. There is only one country trying to legally come after women and LGBTQ plus people. There's only one party that's doing that. And so we will take care of that one party. And then if any Democrat doesn't get their shit together, they can be next on the list. But for right now, we got to deal with this one. They're first up. They are first up without hesitation. And then we're going to impeach, remove, and prosecute. Say it with me. Impeach, remove, prosecute. Impeach, remove, prosecute. Impeach, remove, prosecute. That's your new war cry. Impeach, remove, prosecute. And that is after you get a Democratic majority in Congress. And then you start with Kristi Noem's ass. You start with Kristi Noem. And then you go RFK Jr. I went to take Mila to the doctor today, you guys. And do you all know, for the first time ever, there was a checklist that I had to answer before she could come in for her sick visit. And they were asking 100%, have you been exposed to measles? Have you had at least one dose of MMR? Have you just, like, literally? Yeah. Impeach, remove, prosecute. Yes. Because there are hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of cases in this country now. So, folks, I am so serious when I say, Charles Wallace, you can't be serious. Hey, Charles, how are you?
At the checkup table, the other
Charles?
They carefully insert a tube.
Charles! Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. Kristi Noem is not good for anything except to show you who not to be in life. That's what Kristi Noem is good for, showing you who not to be in life. That's it. There's a superfan treasure box up there. Yeah, impeach, remove, prosecute. In that order. And a Democratic majority in Congress. You guys literally want to fix this country. That's the assignment. The assignment is a Democratic majority in Congress. We don't know yet, Invisible String. But, like, seriously, folks, listen to me. You want to know how we fix this? You want to know how we stop it? You get a Democratic majority in Congress in the midterms. That's what you do. Without fail. And then we impeach, remove, and prosecute. We start with Kristi Noem. We go to RFK Jr. You go to Kash Patel. You go to Pete Hegseth. By then, you will have made enough room that you can then go after Pam Bondi. You can't do Pam Bondi first, though. Too many Republicans have her back. I'm so serious about this. And there is enough information out there. There's enough information out there to make Republicans get on board with the program. Nobody's protecting the damn Clintons. Stop lying on YouTube. I'm just telling y'all, that's, and then after you impeach and remove, you prosecute in that order. And throw Linda McMahon's ass in there too. Appreciate you, Cindy, for gifting super fans. Yeah, and Tulsi as well. You see, she's been quiet as hell. Yeah. Yeah, nobody's protecting the Clintons. That's just it's just really dumb to say. It's just so dumb. Protecting them how? Exactly. In what way? Because they damn sure didn't remove Clinton's name from anything. Protecting them how? Yeah, Doug Collins needs to go. Dr. Oz needs to go. Every single one of them. And then because you have a Democratic majority in Congress, including the Senate, they can't just walk through any damn confirmation. You understand? Then they can't just bring all these hidey-flighty people in here. And then do you know what else you do? Then you have Congress impeach and remove Emil Bovey from his federal judge appellate position. Why? Because he lied. Why? Like, seriously. Because did you know that judges can be impeached and removed? Did y'all know that? In my opinion, Alito should have been impeached and removed after that flag flying shit. Him and his wife, Clarence and Jenny both. Period. And so that's the way that it works. Folks, let me just be clear about something. If you are hollering about undocumented immigrants, if you're yelling about illegal aliens, I really need you to sit down and ask yourself, who is running the country? Who's running the country? Because it's not illegal immigrants. It's not unauthorized immigrants. It's billionaires. Yeah, that's the wind still, y'all. You don't pay for them. Y'all are so silly. You don't pay for them. They are a net positive in this country. Y'all gonna find that shit out, though. Y'all gonna find it out. Y'all gonna find out how much we rely on immigrants in this country. Sure are. They are a net positive in this country. They pay federal, state, and local taxes. They do not get federally funded benefits. Now you paying for them right now, though. Listen, you paying $86,000 a year for them to be detained. That's what you're doing right now. That's what you're doing right now. You paying right now. ICE is getting $50,000. They getting their student loans forgiven. You're not getting anything. Nothing. Nada. Zilch. Now you know M. Lash ain't getting up here, Kate. You know M. Lash is not coming to the panel. Why are you lying, Gospel Gas? They do not get federally funded benefits. It's called 8 USC 1611. They do not get federally funded benefits. Stop lying. Y'all just ridiculous. Saying shit that's not true. Yeah, I work at DSS. She's lying. Okay. Work for no damn DSS. I'm just saying. Y'all say silly things. Oh, really, Sandy? So Discord said anybody that is already in will not have to do any biometrics. So you don't have to worry about your Discord, folks. They just keep repeating the same shit because people believe it for whatever reason. It's like facts are just difficult for people. And it's beyond anything I've ever seen. Folks, did you know that when Donald Trump took office in 2017, we only had a backlog of about 540,000 cases, right? Immigration cases. By the time he left office, it was almost 1.3 million cases. 1.3 million when he left office in 2021. Joe Biden inherited 1.3 million cases in backlog during a global pandemic. We lost 42 judges, immigration judges, under Donald Trump in the first term. Yeah, hold on, I'll pull it up for you. There it is. Boom, boom, boom. When Donald Trump took office in January of 2017, the immigration courts faced a record backlog of 542,000 cases. By the end of 2019, it had reached over a million, and by the end of 2020, it was up to almost 1.3 million cases when he left. Sure enough. Yeah. Do you know how many are backlogged now? 3.5 million. That's how many are backlogged now. 3.5 million. How about that? I don't think you know how to do math, Laughing Knight. Do you know what I'm even talking about when I say immigration cases? Apparently not. Yeah, they got even more backlog during C-19. We lost 42 when Donald Trump changed the EOIR performance plan. Hold on, and I'll show you. It's EOIR performance plan, and then you just do performance plan changed under Trump 20. I believe it was 2019. Maybe 2018. I lied. 2018. Yep, there it is. So the new EOIR performance plan for immigration judges is crazy because here's what it did. And let me share my screen with some folks so that you all can see it. View. Can I see it? Damn. Am I going to have to go to my own link tree? Am I going to have to go to my own? Nope. Okay. I got it. Thank the Lord. I was like, damn, I got to go to my own link tree to find my stuff. So let me see. I need to see. Yep, here it is. So I'm going to show you guys this so that you all can see this. Boom. All right. Y'all see this document that is right here? This is in my link tree already, but let me just show y'all. Oh, thank you. Appreciate that, Sandy. We love a good fairy, don't we, witch? All right. So let me show you all what this looks like. So this is what Trump did. So he changed the performance plan in 2018. Okay. And so they needed to complete 700 cases a year and they had to have a remand rate of less than 15%. Okay. And then the immigration judge had to meet at least half of these 6 benchmarks in order for them to have satisfactory performance. It was insane. And so as soon as this happened, so let me just show you how this works. All right. So for the people who don't get it, there's 365 days in a year, including holidays, right? Court cases typically don't occur on the weekends, right? So you do 5 days a week for 12 weeks. What you got? 12 weeks. Good God. 52 weeks. So we immediately lost 42 immigration judges. Immigration judges lost under Trump 2018. Oh, and by the way, they fired nearly 100 immigration judges this year. I mean, in 2025. They fired almost 100 immigration judges in 2025. If you didn't know that. Did y'all know that? Whoops. I want to search. Stop. I want to search. Thank you. Yeah, so in fiscal year 2018, we lost 27 judges because of Trump's new immigration performance plan. And then in fiscal year 2019, we lost 35. So the total was 62. The total was 62 in 2018 and 2019. And then in 2025, the Trump administration fired nearly 100 immigration judges. How about that? And then they started appointing a bunch of other folks that were military who tend to be more right-leaning so that they would deny immigration cases. Like that's a real thing. Right. And no judges means they're just, it would quote unquote justify detaining people for an undetermined amount of time. Oh, not that many. So just so that you all know, this is the issue. Yeah, that's the wind. It's been like that for a couple of days. Not that many. Hold on a second, I'll look. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah, no. It says they hired 17 permanent judges early in the year. Yeah. And they fired nearly 100 immigration judges. Titan, get down. Get. Titan, get down. You know better. Yeah, I know they want people to self-deport. Right. It was giving the judges so many boxes to check they could not be productive in their cases. Exactly. And when they couldn't meet them, that is when they either left totally or they transferred to another place within the immigration department. Did you all not see? So hold on, I want to show you guys something. All right, so listen at this. There was a New Jersey district judge, okay, and they required the DOJ to document how many times they violated court orders in New Jersey in 60 days. And do you know that they actually did that? And the Trump administration, the Department of Justice, has acknowledged and admitted that they have violated federal court orders 57 times in the last 60 days. The DOJ violated federal court orders over 50 times in 60 days. Yes. And so now there are district courts that are kind of stepping up to fill in the gaps. And so if you don't follow Liz Oyer, I highly recommend that you do. Liz Oyer is she used to be the pardon attorney, and she's phenomenal. And she was saying, and she was talking about, yeah, she's really great. And so she was talking about the fact that this district judge is now holding them accountable for it. It shows that there's still a pulse in our court system, and that well, this just happened, Nan, literally less than a week ago. And so now that court is going to figure out what they're going to do about it, whether they get held in contempt, whether they get held in criminal contempt, like what happens after that. Which is, listen, I don't know if you guys get it. This is why we absolutely need a Democratic majority in Congress. Because when the DOJ doesn't do what they're supposed to do, and you have a Democratic majority in the House and in the Senate, folks, you then have a mechanism with teeth in it. This is why the midterms are so critical. Like, without fail, this has to be the plan. Without fail. And I don't know any other way to say that to you all. And do you want to know what's so crazy, you all? Do you know how badly they don't want what the things that I talk about to get out? They literally send bots in here. They send bots and they pay people to come into my lives. At least 4 or 5 times a week, I get asked, am I trans? Am I a boy? At least 4 or 5 times. Every single day, they come in here and say shit. All the time. Case in point, exactly. But literally, that's like middle school bullshit. Do you really think I am a grown ass woman? Do you think I care what you think? Puppet Master, you're full of shit. That's why you're in my comments and not on the panel. Yeah, they stay focused on everybody else's, like, it's just weird. I'm just saying, like, Audra, like, for real. It's just the weirdest thing ever. Yeah, they'll say a lot of it and from the comments, if you notice. Always from the comments. Always from the comments. But let me tell y'all something. You forgot the apostrophe and the E, Puppet Master. You forgot the apostrophe and the E. That's how you say you are fake. It's a conjunction. Conjunction. Jeez, oh Pete. It's a contraction. It's a contraction. Well, you didn't write it yeah, you said duh. Hell, if you knew, why didn't you type it the right way? Yeah. So folks, listen. One of the reasons I was quiet for the last 2 days is I've been neck deep in work. Because I actually think that not only can we do this, right? I think that we absolutely are going to do it. And I also think there's a way to do it and do it like really well. Okay. I think the way that we do it is through the elections, right? I think we do it through community and conversations. And I think we do it with the right messaging. And what that means is knowing who to talk to, what to talk to them about, and how to talk to them. And those are the things that I think the Democratic Party is missing. I think the Democratic Party has been missing out because they are only focusing on what they believe to be blue areas. That's why they're not funding places like the pockets of progressives in Tennessee. No, Hector, I haven't. Right? And so I don't think that you judge where to invest by the overall turnout of the state. I think you judge where to invest your time and your energy and your money based on your local level. You get all the way down to the county level, and that's where you decide to put your resources. Because when you flip counties, you end up flipping districts. You understand? When you flip counties, you end up flipping districts. When you stay out of counties, you end up leaving it to where Dems feel like they're a blue dot in a red sea. Yes, they do, Audra. Yes, they do. The Dems do have as much money as the Republicans do. Yes, they do. And so this is literally, but I don't even think it's not even about that. Like, listen, it's about the people. Even more so than about the money is about the people. Do you remember when I was live on Friday and somebody said, what can we do? It was Friday or Thursday or whatever. And I was saying, listen, folks, you want to be impactful in your community, especially in your local community, in your local area. Literally, like, create a little flyer that's like myth versus fact. And with all of your facts, put your source on it so people can go reference it. Get together with your friends, take your kids with you, go out into your neighborhoods and put them in newspaper boxes and knock on doors and just say, hey, I'm giving you this. And it's not a partisan issue. You give them information about their hospitals and their healthcare systems. You give them information about accurate immigration. You give them information about all of those things. And then afterwards, y'all go grab some pizza or take the kids to the park afterwards. It's non-threatening. It's not partisan. And it's easy to do. I love that. SNAP information, Medicaid information, all of those different things. I really do believe that the key to this thing is a combination of elections, messaging, and community/conversations. That, to me, those are the keys. And if done properly, y'all, not only can we have a Democratic majority in Congress, we will have a new Democratic Party that is in touch with the people, that understands exactly what the people want and who the people are. What's up, no going back? You understand? And this is how you actually make change. How do I know? Because I do it. That's how I know it works. It's because I do it. And I do it in the most difficult of spaces. There's a reason that, like, you're talking to somebody that I'm from Northeast Tennessee, right? I went to Northeast Tennessee and showed, like, I had a whole coalition of people behind me fighting a medical monopoly in Tennessee. They are staunch Republican. White, Republican, and Christian. I know how to organize people. And that's what the Democratic Party is missing. They don't know how to organize people. They're talking at people. And they're not even really talking to people. The problem is they're talking at people and they're not listening to people. And they're going to listen. I love that, Rachel. Policy and community, 100%. So on March 8th at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I'm going to actually share this plan that I've been working on. So if you want to know more, then go to my link tree and just RSVP. And then invite your elected officials and invite your candidates and invite those folks. So Jim, I would love to talk to you. I sent you an invitation, Jim. Do you want to come join the panel? Let's see if we can have a real conversation with someone today. Because if you notice, folks, they haven't been wanting to do that with me. Have you all noticed that today? They haven't been wanting to do that with me. It's frustrating. but I really would. Jim, you said you don't hate them. You just want them to come legally. And I would love to talk to you about that. Cindy, where do you see something that says 5 p.m.? Right. Not one has boxed up. Because when I click it, everything I have says 6 p.m., Sandy. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, you're welcome. So, yeah, Sandy Central. Yeah, it's Eastern's time. It's Eastern. 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Subscribers, I'm probably going to do a preview for you guys on the 7th. Like a private early rollout for subscribers and super fans on the 7th. How much do you get paid? More than you. I forgot it's an election year. They're going to start with that shit again, y'all. You're just a paid, somebody's paying you to do this. Who's paying you? I forgot. It's election year. They're going to start that shit again. Ooh, more than you. That's my answer. All year, that's going to be my answer. More than you? That's going to be my answer. It's just dumb shit that people say. It's just dumb. Right, Carla. So that's true. No, going back, not enough for the bullshit. That is true. That is true. Right, Maria. How dare you spread facts? But I do want to say this to you all. My intention this year is to grow this community by leaps and bounds. That's my intention this year. And to do it with facts and evidence and hope, to be quite frank. Right? And so that is how we are going to do this. Yeah. So this is my thing. Let me just here. Yeah, I'm just saying. See, here's how you know Shantae ain't about nothing. Chinte, whatever her name is because I sent a direct invitation to come to the panel. You notice she ain't coming though. You notice, right? So I think that we should have a day of activation. Natasha, they don't have to assimilate. They don't have to assimilate. I don't know why y'all think y'all like that. Do y'all know what assimilate means? Can I give y'all what it means? Let me tell you, assimilate means to take in, absorb, or incorporate information, ideas. That's what it means. I'm reading the damn definition. That's what it means. Americans haven't assimilated. Your ass over here doing Taco Tuesday and Mardi Gras, and you over here doing St. Patrick's Day, celebrating Cinco de Mayo. Your ass ain't assimilating. Hush. Hush. Y'all tickle me with this. Assimilate to the United States of America. What you mean? Right. Oktoberfest. All kind of shit that ain't yours. All kind of shit that ain't yours. The only thing America has, the only thing that the United States of America has that is her own is July 4th. Everybody else, every other holiday ain't got nothing to do with this country. July 4th is the only holiday that the United States of America has that is her own. Oh no. The Super Bowl ain't no holiday. It just tickles me. Yep, they did. They just sent another flock of trolls. Oh, I did want to mention, I'm glad this did come across my feed. I did want to mention this. I don't know if you all saw, Judge Cannon block the release of Jack Smith's file on the documents case. I don't know if you all saw that or not. But I can't stand this woman, and I can't wait until her ass gets impeached and removed too, because she's a judge and you can impeach and remove judges, and she needs that shit. Like 100%, she needs to be gone. Yeah, I'm just saying she did today. So so C-SPAN is saying that caller that sounded like Trump wasn't really Trump. So that's why I'm not talking about it. People, C-SPAN is saying it wasn't. That is true, Elizabeth. It's only the July 4th because of the date, because other countries have Independence Day. You're right. They do. Maybe so. Peeps for Peace said she thought the call was too coherent for him. I don't know, and I don't really care. Like, I don't know, and I don't care. Like, the things that I care about, right? I care about. Yeah, like I just don't care. I care about making sure that we have a majority Democratic Congress. 100%. I care about thank you, and Dixie. I haven't ever seen that one. Thank you guys. I care about what's happening to Black and brown people here. Yeah, Judge Eileen Cannon, Judge Eileen Cannon blocked the release of Jack Smith's report on the documents case. Yeah. So, did they turned down the White House invite? Yeah, I think it was one of the German teams refused to tour here because they said what ICE is doing doesn't align with their values. Now, y'all, you are doing some shit when you don't align with Germany's values. Germany said, nah, we've learned from those mistakes. Germany said, no, thank you. That's not who we are. That's not who we are. And I just wonder if people really understand that is how the world sees us. No, we don't. I don't need Jack Smith to do the Epstein files. I need Jack to be ready for when we have a Democratic administration again, so that he can come back as special prosecutor and finish what he started. That's what I need Jack for. That's what I need Jack for. That's it. That's the thing that matters the most. No, he was I only want him as the special prosecutor. Period. I think as an attorney general, um, it seems crazy, but I mean, there's a couple of people that I would take. Audra, I don't know. Y'all know me. I'm not. My name's not Miss Cleo. I don't know. Um, I don't know. What I want more than anything, you guys, is to take the temperature down in this country. What's up, swells? I want us to take the temperature down in this country, and I want to see us be about the business of focusing on what's actually good for people, regular people, the majority of us. Right? Yeah. I want to see us have conversations about what's actually impacting us. And it's all at the hands of the corporate elite, folks. It's all at the hands of the corporate elite. It's not getting paid a livable wage. It's absolutely crazy, you all, where you have to make 3.5 times your rent. You have to pay for an application. You have to, and it's non-refundable. Non-refundable. I mean, I don't think Susan Rice is going anywhere from Netflix. I think, you know, he's been threatening Netflix for a minute, right? But it's crazy. Non-refundable application fee, then a deposit, then 3.5 times the rent. It's like crazy. Yeah, I've said Kamala as Attorney General before. I really want to see Lena Khan back in the FTC. I don't know about Mark Kelly as Secretary of Defense yet. And I'm just going to be real honest about some of the folks that we have in Congress. So like even what's my girl in Michigan? Why can't I think of her name right now? My senator from Michigan. What's her name? Elise Slotkin. Slotkin. Yeah, Slotkin. I have an issue with her on she's super pro Israel, took a shitload of AIPAC money, and I'm not a fan of her views on foreign policy. I have a hard time. If I'm not mistaken, Mark Kelly took a bunch of AIPAC money too. So I think that after this year, after the midterms are over, it's time to hold the Democrats' feet to the fucking fire. They can either get on with the agenda that the majority of people who are progressive desire, or they can get out of office too. We got to get on the other side of these midterms, right? And once we're on the other side of these midterms, if Democrats are not living up to the progressive standard, then they just need to be retired and go home. It's time for their terms to be limited. And that's the place where we have to be. 100% all day, every day. Yeah, just saying. Hold on. I need to see if she took them babies to her house. You take them to your place. Trying to see where the kiddos are. Yeah, folks, if you're not in my Discord, that is absolutely where we have like regular conversation and get together and communicate and stay in community with each other. So go to my link tree, and then the little thing that looks like a game controller, you need to click that in order to join our Discord. But that is where you question is who didn't take accept money from APAC. Yeah, so here's my thing. I think APAC is going to be a 2027, 2028 issue, right? I think that, so for example, if you're in Illinois, who's my girl, Kat, whatever her name is. I think she's fire. And she has been flat out pedal to the metal, no prisoners taken. APAC has spent a ton of money against her, and I love it, right? Like, she's fantastic. Yeah, her, Farah, she's amazing. I'm not familiar, deliberately woke. At least not now. My brain is. No. Yeah. Do I like Stansberry and AOC? I do like both of them. I don't know about, hold on, let me just see. There she is. So New Mexico, Stansberry is not on the list for having taken APAC money. Teresa Fernandez is, and Gabe Vasquez is. Cool. I miss Katie Porter as well. I miss Katie Porter as well. 100%. She was fire. Fire. So I saw somebody ask me about Jayapel. She is green. So the reason she is green is because she's got zero money from APAC, and she condemned Israel for the G side. Jasmine Crockett did not take APAC money. However, she appears to be pro-Israel. Nope, this is from trackapac.com. And it's not just APAC, folks. It's APAC, it is NORPAC, it is J Street. There's JAC. There's different ones. It's not just APAC. And Kufi no longer does it through a PAC. Kufi does it in individual donations. It's run by John Hagee. If you're not familiar with John Hagee and his gluttonous ass. Jasmine. No, I'm not drinking enough water, to be honest. That's why I don't need one yet. That's the only reason why. Yeah, the preacher, John Hagee. That is who runs Kufi. A little bit, Micah. Why, can you tell? Yeah, Cori Bush is against it. They spent $19 million to get Cori Bush out of office. Just so y'all know. Her race, they spent $19 million for her opponent to get Cori Bush out of office. And she's running again, which I love for her. Yeah. Yeah, the politics, yeah. Yep. I do hope Cori Bush wins. Folks, let me ask you guys a question. Yeah, I will. So let me ask you guys a question. Is there a subject that that you guys want me to talk about? Like, is there something you all want me to touch on that I haven't? So where is Tina? Afton is not running for Congress again. She is going to continue to run for her state seat, which is House District, which is Tennessee State Rep District 51. I'm supposed to, which I need to email her people back. So for those of you guys who missed it, I'm going to interview Jerry Green. She's running for governor. She will be on with me on March 17th at 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. What state is Nikki Turner? Deliberately woke. You got to be more specific. It's a shame that you got to be more specific than the voter fraud that is happening right now. You got to be specific, so I know exactly what we're talking about. Give me a second. What are my thoughts on James Fishback? Hold on. Yeah, we talked about Elon on the ballots in Georgia. Here's my first thought. My first thought is that he's smart because he's running on affordability. That's my first thought. My other thought is he's and I'm just giving you my first thought. My first thought reading just his homepage. So let me read this for you, and then I'm going to tell you. Give me a second, you guys. Let me do this one, and then you can give me other folks. Okay, so this is what he says. He says, "My name is James Fishback, and I'm running to succeed Ron DeSantis as Florida's next Republican governor. I'm a fourth-generation Floridian, and I'm running to make life more affordable for you and your family. I'm fighting so every Floridian can earn a great-paying job, buy a home, raise a family, and retire with dignity. Donate to our movement." And then he says, "Florida is our home. America is our birthright, and we will never let them steal it from us." So when I read this, I immediately think that he's a white nationalist. Okay. And the reason I do is because of this last sentence. When he says, "America is our birthright," and he says, "We will never let them steal it from us," I immediately hear nationalism, and I immediately hear white nationalism. He is. See, I don't even know the man. I just was reading the damn site. His site tells me who he is. That's my take on him. 100%. And he has nothing on here so far as his policies goes. All he's got is a donate, a merch store, to volunteer, and then his socials. James Fishback. Somebody asked me, what do I think of him? So I just went to his page, and when I read it, I went, oh, okay, white nationalist. That's what I get from that. Yeah. So I missed it. You're welcome. Yeah, he looks creepy, but yeah. Yeah, he definitely is, Tiffany. Oh, did he? He made a video threatening people with an AR on the porch of his campaign headquarters. Yeah, fuck him. There was something else. Well, Callie, you're not real. Somebody else. Somebody asked me to look up somebody else. Steven Feinberg. Hold on one second. He's the deputy at the Department of Defense. He's a long-term military investor. So I automatically think, yeah, no. Yeah, so listen, he is a long-term investor in military. And the company that he uses is Cerberus Capital Management, which holds about $65 billion with a B, $65 billion in assets across various industries. The answer is no for me. Fuck my life. Yeah. He is the manager of a private equity firm. Yep. He's part of the military industrial complex. He was the head of Trump's administration, the first Trump administration's intelligence advisory board. He previously owned Dine Corp, which was the national security contractor. Dine Corp trained U.S.-backed fighters in Iraq, Liberia, and Afghanistan under his tenure. What else do you need to know about him? He's a hard fucking no. He's a horrible person. So that's my feedback on him. That didn't take long, did it? Yeah, I know that Gloria Green, Cannon's decision is being challenged in the 11th Circuit. It may end up in the Supreme Court. She may end up getting reprimanded and disbarred in Florida. The 11th Circuit has already come down on her before because of her other decisions, and she's literally flirting with bad shit. Steve Wendelin. He's running for Congress. Okay, is this the fucking template for every Democrat running? Who's the other dude that I looked at? Who's the other dude? Whose website did I look at and go, oh dear God, who's putting this together for them? And this is like the new shitty Democratic template for websites. Oh my God. I just want to scream. I don't know. Lisa had me look at somebody's website. And I was like, oh dear God. No, these don't even look like, it's not what it says. It's what it looks like. It looks like my grandson created it. No, I'm lying because he would do better than this. It is the worst template. The font is crazy. I don't know why everything is red, white, and blue in the like the fonts. It's just horrible. And the thing is, like, he's a retired naval officer and a combat veteran. They could absolutely, yeah, I just want to scream at this. Hold on, you guys. I'll let you all see it too. Fuck. I know that it's like they want them to fail. Like, what the fuck is wrong with them? Okay. I just want you all to look. This is the worst. It's not hard. He could get a high school student or a college intern that would do him one for damn near nothing. This. What is this? It looks just like the other dudes. And why this? This should be the top picture. This should be the top picture. Right. What the 2000. Exactly. And so that's why when I saw it, I didn't even get to anything else. I just was like, oh my God. I want them to do better. And do you want to know why it looks like that? You want to know why? Do you want to know why? Because he's in West Virginia. So the Democratic Party is giving him no money. Matt Gromlich. Thank you, Winn-Dixie. That's who it was. He had the same shitty website too. Hold on. Oh. Did he change it? He did. Good job, Matt Gromlich. I appreciate that. I love that. He changed his website. He took that feedback and applied it. Good job, buddy. Good job. I gave a whole shitload of notes. Now, the only other thing that I would have him do is this video down here that says why I'm running for Congress. I would have that video automatically play. I would make his banners smaller so that it comes up higher on the page. And I want him to change the title of, I want him to put his priorities on the front page. Right. That's why I said I want it up. His videos are not great. Well, see, I don't know. But so the other thing that I would do is, oh, really? Does it? Thanks, Lovely Ginger. But so I would move this picture and stuff that's over. He needs his policies, his priorities up at the top above the fold. And he needs those priorities to be linked to his page. Girl, I'm the one who told all this other shit. And I told him to take off donate, so it just says support today. Thank you very much. I'm just saying. Oh. Was there somebody else y'all wanted me to look up right now? Because somebody was asking me to talk about something else. Angie Nixon. She Florida too? She's already in. So she's an incumbent. She's a union organizer, which I definitely like. I do not like this pink on her page, but that's not my call. And I don't like this pop-up in my face as soon as I got here asking me for money. Like, I don't like that. I do not like this pink and yellow shit. And I don't like the fact that I literally just got on her page and a pop-up came up in my face asking me for money. I don't like that. Okay, so here's my thing. I like what her first page says. What I would like to see is her priorities and her policies, because I don't see any of them. I don't see any. Oh, you can apply for them. But here's the thing. If you apply for a job at the DNC, it'll be like $100,000, maybe 110, but it's not guaranteed after the election. Yeah, I want to see her policies. Her pictures and stuff are great though. Like she looks personable. She looks inviting. That pink is just really bright. So yeah, that's what I would say. Somebody asked me if there's a Democrat running in Tennessee. For where? There are Dems that are running for offices. There are Dems that are running for Congress in Tennessee. I just don't know what district you're talking about. Fred Wellman, Jerry Green. Yeah, Jerry Green is running for Tennessee governor. I'm interviewing her on March the 17th here at 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I don't forgot the person that somebody else said. Fred Wellman. Meet Fred for Missouri. Okay, so automatically I am a little skeptical, and I'll tell you what made me go, because he says Fred is a veteran, entrepreneur, and father who has dedicated his life to service to his country, his fellow veterans, and the truth. And then it says now he's running as a Democrat. That's weird phrasing for me. It makes me think he's not a Democrat. He's just running as one. It just makes me go, what? Um, um, so what I notice is it says he launched the On Democracy with F.P. Wellman show on Midas Touch. It says that he's been active in dozens of efforts supporting common sense candidates. I would like to know what candidates he worked for. I would like to know what candidates. That's what I would like to know. And then I would like to see his position on policies. So let me see what he's saying. I see affordability. Everybody keeps doing the same thing. Affordability, retiring with dignity. I support expanding access through a public option and allowing Missourians to buy into Medicare before they turn 65. I think he's really good at words. I want to hear him. I don't care if I want to see organizations that have endorsed him. Vote Vets endorsed him. Defeat Extremists PAC endorsed him. Are you David Jolly in South Florida? Oh, Nancy sent a super fan up for grabs, folks. So if anybody wants to be a subscriber, you are hilarious. Sorry. Yeah. So like, it's just, I don't know. You guys you're not offering anything over here. So I don't know if you guys have anybody you want me to look up or what you want me to do, but, yeah. Yep, give me 1 second. Okay, so listen, so folks, we're reaching that time of the day where things are calming down over here on the Facebook and YouTube side of things and Substack side of things. Make sure you're sharing, you're following me across all the socials. I am at the Dani Cook everywhere except for X. I'm something different. Yeah, and I will see you guys over here tomorrow. Peace.